Oh, that dude just got his cap twisted off. That question he asked. We'll see if we get a response from that. Hey, we live, YouTube. We non-stop at you. We ain't gonna give you a break. We can't let up on you. It's crunch time, baby. It's fourth quarter. You know what I'm saying? This fourth quarter, baby. And with that jump on point, we work them like Eddie House. Right? We work them like Eddie House. They kidnapped the master, they rigging the game. Whole bunch of line dirt on his name. We up in the building. You don't want to miss this one. We got the 15th elder in here tonight. Chief Shining Brave. And we're gonna be talking wind talk. The Chief's back on the land. And in fact, we never left. Right? In fact, we never left. We was laying low till we could settle the score. So close the gate. Right? They say close the gate. Kong is coming. Right? I'm about to have a 15 in the building, y'all. You don't want to miss this one. Chief Shining Brave. He about to be breaking down the Native American wind talk and really how we looked at the wind as Native Americans. The wind was a spiritual thing for us. Let's see. It's going to be that one, I think. Oh, this one. Let's see. Hey, Rob, if you're coming into the building, we're about to get the chief in the building in a minute. I'm about to get the chief in the building in a minute. Right? So get your popcorn. For all my chiefers, puff, pass, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Hey, YouTube, we're going to keep it clean, as always. We know the rules. We know the regulations. We are here to soothe you. We are here to groove you. Hey, that inky thing, man, it went over people's head, but they still ain't caught up with what's going on with it. One dude asked me where Enlil is, right? And I responded to him. Probably got his head cap twisted back. I hope that guy took his ball cap off before he read that reply. Right, where's Inky? Keep in mind the Philadelphia experiment. When the vortex opened up, and every certain amount of 10 years, every 10 years on next year be the year it opened up. And Inky Enlil was supposed to come back. He comes back every time this vortex open up. They come through this vortex. Well, now they don't have to do it because they in range. They came in range in 2012. But before that, when he had to come through the vortex when the vortex opened up, and every time he would come like in 93, 83, 73, and every time he would come, he would impregnate women. And one of his sons, when he came in 1983, name is Anthony Davis. Anthony Davis is Enlil's son, born in 1993 when that vortex opened. Hey, matter of fact, I'm gonna do a tape on Enlil children today. Who are Enlil children today? When I do that tape, from that, people might unsubscribe to me after that because they're gonna be spooked out. Like, man, what the hell is Young Gilda? Who it is, man? This right here shit is scary. This right here is real. It's the shit, you can't make this shit up how he put it up. You can't make it up like this. And keep in mind, now that the case has already been put in, Inky can come out and he can tell you who he is. He can come out and talk about it now. So it's a lot of stuff that you're gonna see more UFO sightings. There's gonna be more extraterrestrial. Maybe that 15 in. All right, 15. Hold on, let me get you now. Okay. Hold on, let me switch to this laptop. All right, y'all, we got the 15 elder in the building.
Greetings, family. Greetings, big brother.
I agree. Hey, let me get. I'm almost set up. I just got to get this last. I got the thumbnail up there. Hey, we got. Hey, it's a lot of people in here because they was on the comments, man. They couldn't wait to get in on this one. Now I think I actually posted 8 o'clock Central, but I corrected it. But they gonna see that we live now. I'm gonna share it again.
Okay.
And it's hey man, they can't wait to hear from you, bro. They can't wait to the last one. People got their head cracked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're gonna get that ball cap disclaimer this time though. That hey, you got a ball cap, make sure you get that joint laid out to the side, man. You know, lay it on your breast, 3 feet in distance.
That's right.
They don't gotta be on your hat. Your cap can explode without it on your head. The shit that 15 be dropping. You know what I'm saying? Your cap can explode without even being on your head. So make sure you get that joint in another room or something. You know what I'm saying? Where it's out of sight. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but we give them time to get up in here. Let me see. I'm almost ready. I just gotta get the chat pulled up, and then this last little piece right here. See if they're gonna let me do it.
Okay. Can you hear me pretty good?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you clear, loud and clear.
Bad.
Y'all, they piling up in here. Hey, Rob Bot family, if you're coming into the building, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We got
That's
another.
Right. Greetings to everybody.
That's right. We got another one for you. We brought the 50, y'all. Hey, backed by popular demand. Backed by popular demand. You know what I'm saying?
I appreciate it, fam.
Yeah, backed by popular demand, man. You know what I'm saying? Hey, we're gonna be dropping. Even though my brother don't do it for the money, he really don't care. He just do it out of his heart for love. We're gonna drop his Cash App in the links. And also we're gonna have his page in the descriptions. He got videos he putting up right now, and he got some funny joints. I'm telling you, that one with the dude. Hey, the last one you just put out was funny though. That one you just put out, that was funny too.
Yeah,
and,
man.
That chick in the background singing, that shit was fun. I was like, oh man, this shit.
We got sketch comedy coming too, bro. I got costumes that I'm making. So I'm gonna take this a step further. We're just gonna have fun, man. And I don't mean to insult anybody to the degree of them taking it personal, because I'm not being personal. Just gonna, laugh and joke about the things that I've experienced and come across, things I've learned from it. It is what it is, man. That's all. We're just gonna have fun, and then it's gonna be educational stuff on there as well too. That's coming too. I just got to get set up. I got to get my office set up right now. I don't have a current space for an office. I got the equipment, but I ain't about to be in no tight closet space talking to everybody. I got to get me a bigger space. So, but yeah. And some experiments too, like some of the stuff I'll be telling y'all about. I want to be able to show y'all, just from something simple that you can do at home with your kids, to to see what I mean. But when I be discussing things about winter and temperature, and when you lower the degrees, it deflates an object, and just like when the body dies, it deflates and decompresses and all of its liquids and things. So I can show you that in just a little experiment, man. We're gonna be having fun with stuff like that too. Thanks, young elder, for letting me speak, man. Get that out.
Oh yeah, it's good. Hey, look, I'm glad you talked about that, because people said they got a lot of comments where people say extra 15 when you get them back on, ask them this. And I think you already broke this down already. But in connection with the wind, what happens when a person, what they call pass away or die? You know what I'm saying? Like far as the connection with the wind. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I gotta make that simple so that they can get a good view of it. And what you make of this seed, I'm gonna give you. You can build your own vision, but this is what it is in essence, as far as I know. In a gas state, You also would be considered being in the quantum state as well, because the gases in the quantum state are linked, just like we all are linked to it. Once you reach that state, if he's trying to ask what you see or how it feels, you can't feel in that state from a nerve ending, perspective, having a body. Although everything else is feeling you at that point when you become one with the wind. So you'll just be traveling on, we call it thought. When you have a thought, when you go to sleep, that's what carries you into a view, a vision, some type of spectrum or something you want to look at has to appear. But it takes memory and thought, or suggestive thought from memory. And the reason why I say suggestive, because it's usually the things you've experienced that you remember or that you picked up or collected. You're going to have to shed those things or use those things as well. That's why most people think about family when they pass, they remember the family, and then they're able to meet up with the memory of the family in whatever fashion is benevolent for them too. So you go into that dream state. It's like the dream state, one you can't wake up from until you wake up. When you wake up, guess where you wake up at? In your mama's belly. In the mom's belly. That's where you wake up at from that dream. When you get to the other side, this state is the dream. The physical state is the dream. Death is the dream to us here. They're one and the same though, because it all has to do with the circulation of breath and the wind itself, how it moves. Because like I said, the electrical current is in the wind, and that's what gives us all thought. In the process of charging negative and positive particles, that's what allows us to think, period. It's electricity. So electricity or static electricity flowing in the wind must be the consciousness that we all thrive upon or feed upon, pull upon. We're all picking off of that tree. Get what I'm saying? Everybody's picking off the tree of consciousness of the wind that bears endless fruit. So as you travel through the dream state, you're bound to be born in this dogma. I'm gonna use that word softly. You can be born again, but they tell you not until you what? Been baptized and all that stuff. You got to go back into the water. What is the baby except for something that ends up back in the water? The water of the woman's sack, not the water at the back of the church in the hot tub they got back there. They're going to lay you. It's a nice ritual to symbolize the continuation of life. It's a ritual that shows you through presentation, this is what you're going to go through. Because when you're in water, you get your nose, you can't breathe out of your nose, can't breathe out of your mouth. You got to hold your breath. When the baby is inside the woman's stomach, nose is plugged, mouth, throat's plugged. They're feeding off of the umbilical cord. So you're submerged in water. This is part of the cycle of everlasting existence for us. We are the wind and nature and everything within personified, and there will not be an end to that cycle. Once you think it's an end, like I just described to you, is another thing being born, and we're a part of it. We're going to always be a part of whatever it is. Now, I hope that gave them a good insight on that question, and then anybody else that would have that question,
That's a good one. In fact, we could go off of questions, and then you can just build off of that.
Yeah, we can just do that.
All right. Hey, we got 100. It was probably more, but I see 123 so far. Drop if you got any question for the 15th. Drop it, man. We lit. We right here for you. We hands on. We right here with you, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And keep in mind, when you ask your question, be ready to get your head, like put your hard hat on when you get through asking that question. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you.
Hey,
We
I ain't
crack
gonna hit him
these,
out.
we twist caps. We
I
crack
ain't gonna hit him upside the
these.
head, big bro. You know what I mean? You
I'm
know how
telling you.
your dad, hey, look, you know how your dad pat you on the back when you doing something good?
Yeah.
Hey, that's how it is for me. When somebody get that question, that
Yeah.
question answered, that's how I'm gonna do. I put my hand on the
Yeah.
shoulder and tell them, good job.
All right.
That was a
Hey,
good question. I like good questions.
I started out though, okay, because I hear it like religion. I used to hear this when I was younger. My granddad used to talk about the way in the Bible, the wind, right? And then they got this quote where it says, "No man knows where the wind goes or where it blows." I can't remember how it go, but yeah, but they was taught, but they say, well, Jesus made this quote, and I ain't trying to get religious, and man, I'm just saying that this. I know they
I'm
be.
with you. I'm with
I
you.
know
I'm
they be
riding with
stealing like quotes and shit and just putting it into the Bible and making it like but it's really like
you.
some
Yeah.
shit we said, one of our natives said, and they just took that shit and made it biblical, because we say a lot of biblical shit, like you say a lot of biblical shit. So like shit that could be like you could take that shit and put it in the Bible, and then years from later, what you say right now can be put in the Bible, and years from put in the book, and years from now it can become somebody's Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I heard you went in on that earlier. Could you go in on that? How that's taking place with what somebody say right now can be and then they take that shit and put it in a book and they say, oh yeah, this is actually what it is. This is religion, but it's really just somebody's thoughts. You know what I'm saying? They turned it into a religion. You know what I'm saying? Could you go in on that? Okay.
Oh yeah. I got a perspective on that, a point of
Okay.
view that I think people might agree with or like, and if you disagree with it, you're free to do. So, but there's if I had to try to give you a comparison from that to something in nature, I'm gonna definitely go to forces of the wind first. What actually causes the wind itself to blow harder as a force, to pick up and become a hurricane or become a tornado or become a tsunami or whatnot, is negative and positive forces. These beings on the planet that have the ability to move people on that level, they have a large magnetic force. It's a lot of electricity being conducted through what you would call a voice, just their voice. They don't have to put hands on you or anything like that to get you to do something. They can just ask. And it's the way they do it, or it's the tone of their voice, or something that's magnetic about this person that moves you. And you a force all in your own right. But until you learn how to be as great of a force as the one that we're talking about, these people that had this potential to do this, you got to learn it. You got to pick up on the energy. You got to pick up on the wind. You got to become part of the current. The current is the now. So all of those people that had the ability to do that, or a force like that in the wind, a large magnetic or static force, and they get a lot of static started too. You see, Martin Luther King was a very large force, but everybody didn't like it. That sounds crazy, but I heard a man say one time that Martin Luther King was a troublemaker, and it was exactly the opposite of what I was taught. So I sat there and argued with this man about this guy. Why? Well, I was taught he was a benevolent being. So that's how I saw Martin Luther King from my perspective. So in the wind, he would be a positive or a very hot or warm force. The warm breeze is what he would represent. You see, warm breeze ends up being a hot breeze when you're dealing with something that scorches like desert land, and you deal with sandstorms, which is one of the worst type of storms, they say. It's a storm nonetheless without water. And it's all wind. The force of it is what moves things and causes other things to gather. When the wind is blowing, and when these people are teaching, when they writing books, they cause a force of wind to push other things together. So when they come into a physical body, they just use their voice, and then other people start getting in line because they still represent that magnetic force that they come from. It's still within them, still connected to them through breathing the breath. You can write it down in the book. You're bringing your force, down to a second dimension, and you seal it with a cover. You put a cover on it, you put a title on it. It's got all kinds of things in the book to remind you how you got the information, but you're sharing your force with other people. I say it's your light because it's your information. So you'll go from sharing your win when you speak to people to putting it in a book. You have a way of sharing your light perspective too, which is your information, the things you've gathered as a force of energy on this planet. You will accumulate things that you're going to have to be, eventually shed. That's why I was telling the brother, like when you pass, you go back into the wind as ether. All your memory goes with it. Then the memory gets carried in the mental reservoir. That's what the wind is. It's everywhere. I mean, shoot, they told you in outer space there's debris blowing around. How is it blowing around? Where's the wind at in outer space? But they say it's out there. That's that magnetic force I've been talking about, because wind is part of electrical current. Electrical current is part of magnetism. They're just like different degrees of each other, different levels. One's soft, one's hard. And that's just, that's how the knowledge is too. Now, some knowledge is hard, some knowledge is soft. Easier to absorb when it's soft. When it come at you hard, it hurt a little bit. But then after the healing, you got a steady reminder. The hard knowledge is unforgettable. Soft knowledge is easy to forget. You got to be constantly reminded when you're constantly being petted on top of your head instead of somebody balling their fists up and going, boy, and knocking you upside your head. Either way it goes, we're both forces of wind. Now, it boils down to even a fight. If me and you are struggling with each other, like I could be 6'4", 250. You could be 5'10", 180 pounds. Both of y'all in shape. But the big dude is carrying more mass. You can count on him to tire out a lot faster. When he does, then if you had the patience and the wind is on your side in the end, you got him. Because whoever runs out of breath is going to die first. So when you say God is on your side, you better have been exercising. Because I told the people, bruh, I'm not religious or spooky or mystery about it, but exorcism is exercise. So if you exercise, you can keep toxins, which are demons, out of your body. Negative forces. When the toxins go in your body, I call them demons because they're negative forces that cause people to get what? A cold. Now, why would they call it a cold if it wasn't negative in temperature? And they call that getting sick, don't they? They sure don't call it getting the hot. They call it getting a fever when your body is cooking itself chemistry-wise to burn something up out of the body to purify the body through heat. So when your temperature drops, is when your immune system drops, henceforth you can get sick, which is usually called a cold. Nowadays, they're calling it a flu. And the only thing we know that flu is a bird. So if birds fly, and they fly with the wind.
Right.
That's my analogy on it. They try to give us, illnesses because of the cold climate, cold temperature. Negative ions in the air. You're breathing in more negatively charged ions. Therefore, you'll have more negative thoughts, more selfish thoughts in the winter. As you're dying, you lose your mind. People don't understand that. You lose control. Your attachment to common sense leaves the colder it gets. I heard a daggone story about some football players, man, peace be upon them, but they died. One of them, I think, lived. But it was like 4 of them out there, and 3 of them died, man. And he said as they were dying, because their boat went down in the water, and they was out there freezing to death. So while they was freezing to death, the football players, trying to keep it together, but they can't. You start saying crazy stuff. You start losing it. Meaning, you can't keep it together no more. You become unstable. That's a force all in itself. You're losing it. So what does cold temperature do? It allows you to lose your mind. That's connected to it. That's why they call meth ice or cream. You're gonna lose your daggone mind on that stuff, man. But yeah, man, I'm sorry I'm so long-winded on that answer.
No, you did good. No, you did
Yeah.
good. You did good. Hey, we got time, man. We got time.
All right.
I think let me go back to Erica. Erica says, question, my hubby is a Christian. How do I do to get him to get wind of this information? I worry without causing friction and trauma in our relationship. Okay.
Okay, and it seems like to me she's a peacekeeper. You know, so she's like a gentle breeze. As a gentle breeze, you got to catch a person at the right moment. You know, when they most need the gentle breeze. See, never tell him what he believes is wrong. This is how you use your gentle breeze. Never tell him he's wrong. Ride with him on what he's thinking, but always inject the science of nature connected to it. He'll eventually start learning from you, and you'll help him teach other people in Christianity. It'll strengthen his faith too, because it'll allow him to get more of a connection to what he believes is God in the first place. What most people don't know is the breath, it's the wind. So you can help him understand his concepts better.
Hey,
most
writing
people
a book.
that are religious are using it as a discipline anyway. You never know what your husband could become if he knew this knowledge. You don't know. Hopefully he's a benevolent man, so he wouldn't be somebody that's brutal. But when humans are in their natural state, we could be some wicked MFers. Trust me. That's why I'll be whispering this knowledge. Like, I don't, like, the people that listen. Thank goodness, you know, ain't nothing hit the news yet where somebody was out there going, he said we was the win and went on a killing spree. Please don't do no crap like that. But I can't tell people how to perceive what I'm saying. I hope you don't take it the wrong way. You see, because I don't want nobody getting hurt by stressing to people what we are and who we are and how we are. Because it's not complicated, it's very simple. But through philosophers over the ages and times, the way we think changed. The way we think changed. The way we exist also changed. We get tired of the bloodshed. We had to figure out how to fix it. So people came up with solutions, and these philosophers that philosophized on these solutions over the years begat religion into us. And if we want to say that they're extraterrestrials, then yeah, air is extraterrestrial.
That's right.
Yeah, everything in it is coming from outside of the planet into the planet, you know. And then what comes out of our what? Imagination from thinking and breathing along with the wind, we can write some good stories. Now we got the Bible. The Bible is not the first of its kind. The Bible was taken from many other great stories that was already told before it. So people cling to these things because they have an actual attachment to them when it comes to DNA and bloodline and memory. How long has your family been practicing this discipline? Which is why he probably is attached to it so firmly. Believe me when I tell you this. Now, actually, no, don't believe me. Trust me when I tell you this. I'm an anomaly in my family.
That's right. That's right.
There's some brilliant people in my family, but trust me, this is a time where this is the age of Aquarius. So those of us that are being born now are on a way more energetic, wind-bound type of energy. So it's literally time for this knowledge, but not many people are going to be able to make it out, meaning figure it out. Ain't nobody talking about them dying and none of that. Everybody gonna die. Everybody gonna pass. You pass gas, don't you, when you eat more? Exactly. You have to keep eating, don't you? So if you got to keep eating, what makes you think the all don't have to keep things flowing? Because everything you eat goes into various degrees is in the body. It gets separated. Body takes the nutrients and uses the nutrients as the healing force for the body and the immune system and intelligence. And then there's the urine. You know, the urine comes out, and then there's the feces, which is the clay. That's like manure. They throw manure on plant life nowadays, and we say it's stinking, and we wonder why they putting doo-doo out there to make plants grow. But look, this is just a cycle. We're so far removed from the cycle that it's hard for us to figure out how easy it is and how simple life really is. But you can't have a simple life and be simple as the wind blowing if you have too many desires. It's okay to want things, but learn how to be satisfied with what you have for a while. Don't be, oh man, every year I got to get a new car. Don't do that to yourself. They set this system up for you to hang yourself. Everything down here is allowing those of us that are gas beings or electrical beings, you know, in many different forms collected to make a human body. They got us down here. We're down here by our own will. Nobody forced us. None of that. It's not a forced thing, family. It's not a forced thing. You are the force that is. You wanted to be born. So you have to go inside a human host when you're in the air or a gas state. You do that through memory. Memory is magnetic. So as you remember things when you pass, you're going to move. And we're not talking about moving like the human body does, one step at a time, or like a bird flapping its wings. We're talking about, like they say in Dragon Ball Z, instant transmission, where when Goku could just teleport. Thought is the fastest thing ever. Let me tell you that. Thought is quicker, faster to me than light. Light is visible. Thought is only visible in the brain until you draw something down. So you got to slow thought down in order to make it visible. Same thing with how you move with reflexes. Thought controls that. So exactly when you get ready to go through your repetitions in life, where you increase your wind, okay, you become a bigger ship. Those that breathe better than others, man, they the heroes right now. People that are in shape, they call it in shape because breathing is connected to electricity. Electricity and vibration is what shapes things in the first place. There's too many experiments you can do to prove that. You can send sound through a plate and put sand on it, and the sound frequency will cause the sand to take form. This is consistent throughout all existence, not just in that experiment. It's everywhere. It's going on all around us. My voice and the volume or air or electrical current that flows in and out of my chest through my nostrils is what keeps me in shape. So if I'm not breathing right, and I don't get my heart rate up every day, my muscle tension starts to sag because the body's not receiving enough electricity to keep things tight. You breathe faster, you start sweating. You don't even have to be exercising. You can just be sitting there breathing hard. You ever seen somebody get mad? They breathing hard, like they hyperventilating, they want to bust. Man, they be sweating. They be sweating too, because you heating the body up from friction of the breath going in and out of the body at a rapid pace, causing the body to cook, heat up. And as it heats up, you start purifying yourself. That's what it is. You burning out things. Some of us get overreactive, and then therefore you become unstable. And if you become unstable, well, you're going to have to go spend some time in hell for a while, because hell is going to cool you down. You're going to learn how to not be a hothead in jail, or you'll die in there. Dying meaning pass like gas. And what do you say when you pass gas, except for excuse me?
What?
Ain't nobody, look, I'm gonna tell you right now, the
you got that
family,
smirk on your face.
You know, our family, bro, like, look, and I say our, I'm talking about the whole species on the planet. Everybody in the humanoid body got to understand, get a grasp on this. Very simple. You are free to think how you want to think. Just be careful, because everything you think is going to come right back around to you if it affects the wind wrong, meaning negatively. You're not going to get away with it, man. You know I kind of veered off and went a little somewhere different, but I hope
No, you going right into it, man.
understood what I hope the sister understood what I was saying about that. Don't force your husband. You learn as much as you can learn and ease it in there into his consciousness, into his thinking patterns. Do some research. Don't just talk to him. Do some actual chemistry research and show him how certain things is working. And then be like, look, this is what happens to us. Why would it be any different, babe? Oh, well, because the Lord saith, and you be like, yep, sure did. Disagree with him. Ain't no use in disagreeing with a child. Would you disagree with a toddler?
Mm-hmm.
2-year-old be coming up to me talking about some, yes, it is. And I just be looking at him going, go on somewhere now, boy. Where your daddy, boy? You got to be like that sometimes. Do not get in altercations with children. Some people can be 70, 80 years old. So it don't matter how decrepit and decayed the body is. We're talking about the age of your energy. How long has your energy been around? Okay. Your energy might have been around way longer than your husband's. He might not know that, but hey, he's not supposed to know that. He's supposed to learn something completely different. It's a good thing that y'all got together and chose to continue the what? Family bloodline. That's a good thing. Nature thanks you for that. Nature thanks us for breathing and procreating. That's what nature thanks us for. Breathe and procreate, multiply. We need more. For somebody to tell you the planet got too many bodies on it. They got us good, man. Hey, oh man, how else can you stay in power? You got to keep the numbers down. People overthrow your ass. So you be smart. You tell them, hey, the world going in if y'all, there's too many of you. Like, bro, don't you know the wind is deciding this, bro? We're part of the current of things. So if it's too many of us, then it's time for it to be too many of us. And when it's not, we'll die off a lot faster because the corrections are already being made. You don't have to do nothing but live. They don't want it to be that simple. Somebody want everything you got. So, and they take your brain first. After they take your brain, which is your computer, they override it with programs, with television programs. That means a vision, which is observation. Give the brain a program through viewing light. That's what it is. Light, and then guess what comes after that for us? Sound and vibration, and then we're tuned in and locked in. And we're mesmerized, hypnotized, programmed, stuck. And then we sitting up here, next thing you know, we're seeing it in our dreams. You know how frightened I used to be a candy man?
Right.
Tell me the mind is powerful. The brain in itself being programmed is a powerful thing that you can do to a person. It's hypnosis. They hypnotize us. They hypnotize us through TV. Hey, I want to just give a shout out to Robert Moore and Priscilla Isis Star, I think. I appreciate the love. Thank you, family. Greatly appreciate it. And I'm gonna get back to this, what I'm saying about the women.
Hey, you going in?
I'm trying to make sure I make holistic connections for us as people, man, because there shouldn't be any more vulnerable brains, man. People need to be programmed to know what the natural system is before you start covering the natural system up with desirable systems. The system we live in is not one we desire, is it? It's something somebody else desired, and then we just learn to adapt to it. Go with the flow. Because most of our philosophy is Eastern, as Black folks, as Nubians, Moors, is Eastern. We come from the change yourself, don't try to change everybody else theory. If you change yourself, then one at a time, everybody else changes because of the magnetic examples of the greater forces of wind within most of us. Like Shaq, put it like this, Shaquille O'Neal. Good example. Big, large force, sucking in a lot of air. Big heart. Excuse me. He was a messiah for his mom. Now, Shaq's religious, so he's not going to dare disrespect his mama by saying, I'm a messiah for my mama, and I know it. And now he ain't going to do that because he doesn't know what I'm talking about. He never had to be interested in what I'm talking about. You see, he had something else on his hands. He had to take care of his mom. It was different. A lot of the messiahs do that. They don't have time to focus on anything petty or anything simple. They got to go for what is in the now, and that's get a lot of money. And that's exactly what he knew he had to do. And then he had a stepfather that was like Joseph. Ain't that what Jesus' stepdaddy was in the story? Like Joseph, you see, that took her in and the baby. So after that, he's guiding him in all the ways of discipline to keep him on the upright path so that he doesn't become a destructive force on the planet, because he could be. There's violent winds. We know daggone well there's violent winds. When the wind get to picking up too bad, too fast, people get their stuff up from the beach and they get to moving. They're not going to lay out there. Whoa, here come the wind. It must be a storm coming. We know we're connected to it. We don't need no meteorologist, no weatherman. We're part of the weather.
That's right.
You know, but these are programs. They run these programs because these programs make a lot of money. They're lucrative. The money system is not our system, it's their system. It's the, remember how we described earlier in the year that money is moon in the eye of the moon, or moon eye, right? So they get us with the moon eye, and they keep us locked on the moon when it comes to the metaphors of the moon that I can connect for you. There's the moon, money, and then there's Luna. Luna's another name for the moon, and then you got lunatics. Lunatics are bloodsuckers. Bloodsuckers are parasites and vampires. So all of the horror films and horror stories come out of the minds of Caucasians because they are of that cold or negative charge. That's what charges them, negativity. You know, they are some also, cool people, quiet, calm, like the winter is. The winter's mainly quiet, but they celebrate their new year in the winter. We're not supposed to be celebrating the new year December 31st. That ain't our new year, it's theirs. But we celebrate with them. And they allow us to. Think about it. Think about it. If they really wanted to be as savage as they are and used to be in the past nature when they was Vikings and stuff. Remember that movie, The Purge?
I just watched that the other day.
That would have been a success because they would actually do it. But the reason they don't is because they can put a movie out. They put the movie out so they can get the urge out of their system. Otherwise, they do it.
That's fact.
I'm telling you, they know what they're doing now. With in their system, they're guiding themselves. That's why I be telling Black people, like, look, y'all are a little bit more different temperature than them. Y'all can't be guided by Europeans like that. Y'all can be calmed down by them, but you can't be guided by them like that. We're two extremes. It's better to turn a little bit more inward at, Latin and Asian cultures when it comes to what's called guidance, because they're softer. And you deal with the Western culture, man, we just gonna kill each other. That's how you solve it. Get rid of them. Any carnivorous animal is a cold-blooded creature. They be like, mammals ain't cold-blooded. I be like, no, but they eating and drinking blood. They dang sure ain't cooking the meat. So they get their nutrients from vegan eating, benevolent. We call them benevolent because they don't hurt nobody, except for they eat all your daggone crops, so they can hurt you in a different way. And so you see, everything's got its negatives and positives to it in nature. You can't get around this. People want to get around it. We want to, come up with all kinds of ideas to erase it. No. You ain't gotta you can live a peaceful life. A peaceful life is a very simple life. Ain't nothing peaceful about I want everything mentality. Nothing. Man, you'll be all over the world thinking that you got to touch everything, gather everything. And there's so many stories that tell us that this ain't how we're supposed to think. It's a lot of them. Like I said, it has to come down to us breathing. Like we walk around breathing all day and thinking and breathing and thinking and breathing and creating and imagining. Because creativity, imagination, thinking, and breathing are one and the same. They're one and the same. It's where the God concept came from. Through wondering, through us thinking. Us. And somebody actually going, you know what? I think we came from up there. And he was the first one to say it. And when he said it, everybody was going, that makes sense. In whatever language they was talking in. Of course, they weren't speaking English. But they were saying it to each other. They both started looking up there and observing. And then they started catching it at nighttime and seeing how it looked at night and started using their imagination to draw and make and connect the dots of what they were thinking were what we call today stars. But they just look like little lights to them. So we always pondered it, wondered it inside the body. Outside the body, you become a part of what is being thought about. In the body, you think about all of that stuff, and outside the body, you're being thought about. So it's an exchange. It's a continuous, infinite cycle, continuous and infinite. No matter where you exist at in the all, the cycle's infinite. You can jump from here to there and here to there because we are a part of the all itself, the whole oneness. We're part of its whole oneness, the consciousness. You can't separate yourself from it. A lot of people be thinking about it. Well, how is this and how is that and how is it? Just is. It just is. By the time you figure it out, you might have had to go through several lifetimes first before you could actually reason with it. Because there's got to be more logic involved in it than reason. The reason comes into play when you start thinking about it. The logic comes into play when you want to prove it. So you got to have both. If you're going to be, completely trying to explain it to anybody, you're going to have some logic and some reasoning. That's why I use everything that I've learned, everything that I caught wind of, as the sister said. I get him to catch wind of it because she knows all of the phrases and catchphrases and sayings have to deal with light, wind, water, and dirt. So we know subconsciously we are the elements. We know it. Why we going to church and yell like that lady? She was up there. I think she was at the tail end of a hallelujah. And she was just, I said to myself, now anybody can stand up here and yell. What makes her special? Anybody. And then I think good sister Tanya has left in the comments. She was like, some people got power that where they can do things in spiritual power. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, you're right, sis. Air is the spirit. And she had to suck in a lot of air to get that long ass yell out. But when she did, it's like, yo, who did you move? Like, who did you move? I understand what you mean about the spirit. The spirit is what I'm telling you it is. If me and you right now get out there and you say your spirit's stronger than mine and we wrestling and I pin you, how is your spirit stronger than mine? I pinned you. I'm in shape. You ain't in shape. You out of win in 35 seconds of the boxing of the sparring match. How you got more spirit than me? See, we got it all wrong, brother. We're not looking at this right. Those that are in shape are going to definitely kick your ass. And that's reality.
Hey,
you can believe all you want. Go ahead, big bro.
Hey, 15, right, they go well along what you saying, but this is the crazy part. And it get frustrating. In the Bible, for Christians, in the Bible, it says God breathed his spirit. So the spirit is the breath, if there's air, is the breath. It tells you right there, clear as day.
Facts. Right there. And then he said breathed into a man's nostrils. And when you breathe, and you know, I mean, I'm explaining the process of that said scripture, but I'm explaining it through natural means and scientific logic so that people can actually explain it and see it. That's why I told her if she explains to her husband this theory, then it might strengthen his faith, not weaken it. It'll make him way more better at it, teaching the Bible. More preachers will start talking and going, the wind and God, and they start doing that. But see, when that happens, you still be a fool to sit there and worship the dude or think that he's God's spokesman and you're not, and we all breathing. Everybody that has a voice can tell me something from the higher source, because the wind is the highest source on earth through the power of the sun, of course, because we wouldn't have no wind without the sun, y'all. We wouldn't have no wind. We need the magnetism of the sun. We need the inner core magnetism of the sun and the external sun that is causing the planet to do what it does. And we got wind from that. And there's a current that keeps all of us alive, keeps all of us in action, like that IVE word I was telling about is action. You know, and action deals with movement, animation. You get nothing, how something in action if it ain't moving. You know, so this thing is living is about action, and everything is in action. The planet is in action, the sun's in action, wind's in action, electricity, magnetism, dirt, water, all of that stuff is in action. But the most consistent thing that I noticed out of everything I studied and come across is the wind is blowing everything. Here, everything. And there's so many references to it in every movie I watch. Watch the people die in the movies. Watch. What happened when Thanos snapped his finger? What did they show you? What did people turn into? Dust particles.
That's right.
And blew away in the wind. And we'll look at that and go, oh, they don't exist no more. No, all Thanos did was sped up the vibration of half of all existence until it went into its highest state, which is air, gas, or electricity, the current of electricity. And that's here in the third dimension. When we get out there, we're on a solar level because we're smallest particles. So when nothing can harm you, and what can damage you in that state? You can be moved around, but you know what's going to damage you? So we are the superheroes. No matter what comic book we read, the powers that they talk about, the particles and atoms have the same power and speed as the Flash and Superman. Same thing. The thing that controls minds is the air and the wind, gases, particles in there. So it creates villains too. I seen a daggone experiment where these people pump gas into a room. In a matter of daggone seconds, the people that was breathing in the gas just started fighting.
Yeah,
I was like, look at this shit here. Gas made these people just all out brawl. They was, man, blood was everywhere. People was killing each other from the gas, bro. So I was like, what? I said, now see this? The way I was thinking about it, it's not the way everybody would think about it, though. I was thinking about it going, now this is connected to everything. I don't know how anybody can miss this. gas made all these people fight? When these people is telling you, I heard a voice, but they connecting it to the devil because they heard all their life from other people through the English language, that's what it was. So the first thing come out their mouth is, it has to be in the devil. You know, these mentally ill people don't know what it is. It's the air. It's a toxic, probably a methane gas in the air that you might have breathed in that came off of a dead animal that might have died in a very vicious manner. Air is stinking. So everything you eat, we eat flesh, chicken flesh, fish flesh, we eat, cow flesh, whatever flesh you choose to eat, the energy of that being is in it, the memory and trauma too. The Dr. Sebi and them all taught us about it. Most of the herbals that are naturopathic healers, they teach you about this energy transference of when we eat and how we take on the energy of the dead animal. So people can wig out and start killing because there was a slaughterhouse nearby that killed a bunch of daggone cows. And you have no idea what's causing this person to do that, but it's the gas. And that's what that video showed me a long time ago. When I became aware of this stuff, I was like, man, my eyes was just I was opened up to things visually, but I was able to make sense of them so quick because of all the other stuff I had been through. So I had to go through something. That's why I was telling people in the last class, the clay has to go through the furnace, family, to be solidified. So we've got to go through the heat, the fire, the hell, so that we can actually take form, be fine pottery, nature's design. You see? So, I mean, I'm gonna rest right there and take a question, man.
Yeah, man. But I tell you going in and you saying like you on the same frequency and vibration of the video I put out of the mother bear. And she just hit on a little bit about what we about just from the energy of listening to it. But then now you going in, you giving us more. We going back to who we really are, like what our philosophies was before we got influenced by the other cultures that came in that we allowed to live on our land, and some of them people were mean, and so we bend to their will and took up some of their cultures to make them feel comfortable, so they feel safe around us because they were type of people. They were type of people that we were nice, and then we let them come in, right? And they were so in fear of us that we would rise up and take and kill them and eat them or whatever they had in their brain, that they was in fear of us, so they wanted to kill us. So it was like, what the hell? So they couldn't have been the same people as us, but they cultures have taken us away from nature. You know what I'm saying? That we were nature beings over here. We was all about nature.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Let me see what we got. Because we had a couple questions. But this wind talk is fire. 15. We got like 200 some people up in this joint right now. It might be more than that though. I ain't gonna be able to tell after.
It's our indigenous right to know this, man.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's facts.
Straight up. That's Native American.
Notice the meaning of. Okay. All right. Here we go. Right here. I got you. It says, was Ramesses III, whom tomb was verse found in the Bible? That's a clue right there. I don't think they asking a question, they're just making a statement there. Okay, here we go.
Somebody trying to prove something.
I don't need, and I don't know. Hey, but we know how we don't battle, man. Like, it's gonna be hard.
That's why I'm laughing.
We're too slippery to battle, man.
Because he can have it. Whoever thinks said it can have it. I ain't gonna argue with you. That's where you at in your life.
Hey, drop them questions, man. Hit that like. You got 200 something. Everybody hit that like, man. We about to. I told y'all to put y'all thought I was playing when I told you to put that cap on. You know what I'm saying? Get that hard hat. That hard hat cap. Niggas thought I was playing 15.
I probably ain't saying nothing too brand new to him. You know what I mean?
No. The way you articulate it and you connect it with real life and make it simple. And this is what we need. This is what we knew as on the land. The chiefs. This is what we talked about. This is how we gathered around the fire. And the natives and everybody, like I said, they was making fun of Riley Martin when they said, "Hey Riley, where you get your information from?" And he said, "The wind, the wind." The wind.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah.
He got connected, man.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, a lot of country people know. They out there, they got to deal with it. But if you living in the city, it's hard for you to connect with this kind of information, man. Most city folk, we programmed to go to church. Like I said a long time ago, church is a crutch. They tell you what lame people are, people that can't walk, that need crutches. The connections are always going to be in your face. So you can't never blame nobody that you missed it. You missed it because you just didn't open your eyes and look at it. A lot of us is afraid to see it. Now they got that daggone movie out there, that scary movie, where if you open up your eyes and look at it, it'll have you out there killing people, right?
Yeah, I seen that movie.
See how they scared you? They program you to not want to know the truth.
Man, that's deep.
Right there in the daggone scary horror movie,
mm-hmm.
The very person that wants to freeze you in time like Captain America and then take you off ice when they need your help. These people, they want you to believe that there's something scary in the fog. I seen a daggone video on TikTok. My partner showed me, man, one of my good brothers. He showed me, and we both laughed at it, but I was like, man, it was like a cloud. It looked like a cloud that was just on ground level, just floating, and niggas was going, you see that? You see that? Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, God. I'm like, see, if they knew science, they wouldn't have been afraid of that. Somebody said, go touch it. Somebody's like, oh, hell no, you ain't gonna get me. I was like, man, y'all didn't watch too many movies, man. You got to be able to know the difference, man.
That's right.
If you learn this chemistry part of things, then you'll understand when you watch these movies how to make sense of what don't make no daggone sense. Because they dang sure gonna do what snow do. I say it all the time. They'll cover things up. Paul Mooney said it. They come in, they take stuff. This is the winter element, okay? When Caucasians first showed up, our guides, our wind guides, the chief and the chiefess and the oracle, the mother of the tribes, they was able to tell us what we needed to do to prepare ourselves for bad weather. Because when they came, they brought disease with them. Disease is the first thing that happens when winter shows up. It's called getting a cold, catching a cold. That right there is embedded in their DNA. So I say, they're not evil people. They are who they are. And they became that way by falling in degrees, falling in temperature. Henceforth, the fallen angel theory was born when other people philosophized about it and figured they could write it in their theory.
Good.
Scholars did it. They had to write it in the theory. And when they wrote it in the theory, it becomes something that's fundamental. People start to go, you know what, I think you become part of the program. As soon as you become part of that daggone program, you're going to be stuck in it for a while until you learn another program or a better program or one program you desire to learn. But you're going to have to desire it to be motivated enough to go in that direction. If somebody is giving you an expectation thought, it will keep you froze. So expectations are what? Negative in nature. When somebody got you expecting something, they make you wait and wait and wait and wait, and you'll just be sitting there waiting, deteriorating, because time don't wait for nobody. And we know what time is. It's light. Light ain't gonna wait on nobody. So don't sit in the dark expecting something to happen. We make things happen, and that's what living's about. Action. What they say about it. Don't talk about it, be about it. Niggas know. We know. We say all the phrases and everything. Now I'm gonna say something else too. Most niggas might not agree with. If magnet and the law of magnetism teaches us opposites attract and alike repels, Excuse me. Excuse me again. Why do we think the best thing for us to do, like I used to think, is come together?
Right.
I mean, scientifically speaking, it's exactly what we don't need. We need to spread out, take care of business everywhere. Because everything you touch as a potency in nature, you're going to change it because you're going to heat it up. Niggas is the heat, we the fire. We going to purify things. You know, you wonder why every woman want to make love to you because you're hot. Period. You're hot.
Straight like that.
Mm-hmm. And they say hot mean attractive in certain slang.
That's right.
You know, fire, magnetic, you can do a lot of things with heat. Man, think about it. If we never had any heat, would anybody be able to smelt any metal, melt it down, mold other things? Will we even have rims for tires if niggas didn't have heat? Come on, man. Everything is needed, fam. Even the winter is needed because of crop rotation. The soil and stuff has to reset in certain places. And in these places, guess what? Because of the hibernation period, we don't have to suffer from too many insect infestations, because insects is the worst type of invasion you can have. You see what I'm saying? They're pests, but they do their job. You know, in climates where it's warm, they are running amok. Insects don't have a hibernation period. In the winter, where I live at, there's a hibernation period for the insects and for other animals, so I don't have to be pestered by them all year. I ain't seen a spider since October 1st. Soon as the temperature dropped, they started hibernating. Everything packed up and said, you know what? Death is coming. And they went to sleep. So when spring come, insects that have been hibernating in whatever pockets they've been hibernating in, and by hibernation, I mean they die, but before they die, they laid eggs.
Indeed.
That's what I'm saying. Death is hibernation. Nothing more, nothing less. You think somebody gonna poke you with a pitchfork after you die? Think no further than Poseidon.
Get him.
There's too many pitchforks out there. In fact, you used to bale hay with a pitchfork. So did that make your granddaddy evil working the farm? No. Part of the program, though, says we want you afraid of this, that, and the other. Keeping you afraid of pitchforks will have you, in your black mind, scared of owning a farm. Subconsciously, you'll stay away from it.
That's deep.
Yeah, you don't want to own no land. They got us programmed to not want to own nothing because we're going to get it after we die. That's a heck of a trick. Heck of a trick, bro.
Eye in the sky.
Yeah, just wait on it. Your heaven's coming. You know, and look, our heaven could be our haven, which means we got to look out for each other, take care of each other. I don't mean we need to live close shoulder to shoulder. We got to have a system. We need, you hear me, remember I used to teach this all the time, young elder, we need our own money.
That's right.
Our currency has to be based on something that we deem valuable as a people. Not what they're telling us. In order for you to have money, you gotta go through these channels, and these channels, fill out this paperwork, and that paperwork, then go see this person, that person. Man, I'll be like, man, shut up, get out of my face, and let me live. Let me live. What is wrong with these people, man? You can't tell me I can't do this. I'm doing it. And then when we all establish a society, you know, we're operating in unison together like one. All over the place, not in one place. If we're in one place, we're easy, large mass target. It's hard. It's hard to drop a bomb on, or put it like this. It's easier for you to kill most of the ants if they piled up, but if they all scattered all over your yard, it doesn't matter.
It'll be a long night.
You feel me? You can't do it. So if we stretch out, scatter out, spread out like we doing anyway, naturally, because the wind, I do believe, is teaching us to move. It's a lot of men moving, a lot of black sisters moving. They're moving to Japan. It's niggas moving to the Philippines. It's, you know, we moving. We're spreading out. And as we do that, it's going to be a cultural shift. The whole dynamic of thought will shift. Spreading our DNA, tying other people back into a part of the vine they used to belong to before they lost their mind by going cold. That's happening right now because the wind is moving us all. You know, remember how I used to say we ships, we starships? That's the, you know, I was only saying starship because of the atoms that make up what we are. But we're air vessels, and without the air inside of this starship, we wouldn't have no stars going in and out. So the stars have to exist in the atomic state. Atoms, that's part of it. As we breathe in and out, everything else is taking place for us. On an unknown level, like a lot of us subconsciously live, we don't tell our bodies to do what it does. It just is doing it naturally. So we have to be free to do what we want temporarily. It's like a chance to do it. You get a body, all right, what you gonna do with it? Here go your ship. You said you could drive, let's see. All that's taking place in the mental reservoir as we think about coming here. What you gonna do? What you dreaming of? Because you dream of the third dimension from the fourth. You're gonna materialize it here. Everything here goes from being a thought to being material. If wasn't nobody down here thinking, the wind is the only thing that is thinking. Therefore, everything starts to take shape over millennia after millennia, but it won't take place in 100 years or 1,000. We are the wind that does that. We speed everything up. We the fast wind. The other wind takes forever to build in this dimension. We get in bodies. We do what the wind say on the other side, which is part of the imagination, creativity, and we start building things, becoming what we call great. Great don't mean nothing but large in size. So our association cannot be disconnected by anybody else but our own thinking. You can't be disconnected from the source unless you don't think that there is a source to connect to. If you're calling it God the whole time, you didn't drop dead. So it don't matter, does it? See what I'm saying? How long did we go using, I used the term Allah for so many years, Jesus, God, Lord for so many years, learned about Buddha for so many years. You learn about all these different names, but it does not change the fact that you're breathing. I haven't called on one name yet that just had me going, It doesn't happen because the breath is allowed to flow. So therefore, I'm allowed to imagine. You and anybody else is allowed to create. When somebody come to you and be like, man, you made that up, I'll be like, you goddamn right I did. What was wrong with it? You can't do that. Says who? You? Now it gets violent when you got people that want to force you. That's what makes violent winds. That's what makes tornadoes. And every time you see two cartoons fighting on a goddamn cartoon back in the days, they ended up in a cloud of smoke. So they just let you know right there, this is what we turn into. And I mean, it ain't no way to work your way around it if you're really thinking on a connection with a level of connection with nature, man. The birds know what I'm saying. Cats, squirrels, raccoons, shoot, even the wind is making me say it.
Right.
I wouldn't be saying it if I wasn't allowed to say it. You know, especially if it's already been said over and over. It's a lot of religious people ain't gonna like it because until they can get on a certain level of programming or thinking, they won't be able to teach this to their congregation to keep them satisfied. Because people eat information. It's a form of consumption, just like looking at stuff is. Light is a form of consumption. You see what I'm saying? Everything that is touches you and is absorbed. Consumption is absorption. So if you absorb the information, you ate it. Sorry, man. I got this. I gotta crank this.
Hey, go ahead. Let me just make a while you right there. Let me make a quick announcement real quick.
Okay.
Hey, thank y'all for coming in. We got like 250. Everybody hit that like button. Like I said, we dropped, if you want to show 15 some love, we dropped this Cash App in the links. Although he don't do it for money. We ain't doing this for money. Like I say, but you know, if you want to show some love, this shit is fire though. This wind talk, this was the perfect topic for right now. Like everything is happening just like it's supposed to happen. Because like I said, that Mother Bear tape, what you talking about, it lines right up. It's like a continuation of what she was, the energy that she was bringing. You know what I'm saying? You got the same type of energy of how you telling us about how we were as natives before religion, the influence of all these other cultures. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know if we still eating what we ate. I know we ate buffalo and we always smoked our shit. We always smoked it. We never did fried and all that shit, you know?
Right. Hold on. Let me mute so I can do this, bro. I'm
sorry. Go ahead. Handle your business.
Give me a few seconds. I'll be right back. I ain't going nowhere.
Handle your business. Hey, yeah, we up in the building. We cracking heads and twisting counts. I told y'all another one, like DJ Khaled, another one. And everybody like that thumbnail. If you like that thumbnail, hit that like button, man. Listen to the wind and it talks. Listen to the silence and it speaks. Listen to your heart. It knows. That's the little say this right here thumbnail fire. So we got 15 coming up out the smoke, right? Cheap. And also, if you didn't know, 15 call sign on the land is Shining Brave. Chief Shining Brave. Just like we call Rod is Chief Pontiac. I'm Chief Black Hawk. So his call sign on the land is Shining Brave. So we in the building, we cracking heads. I know, brother, but I told y'all 15 be cracking heads and twisting caps. Yeah, the niggas that been with us, they already know. They already know, man. The niggas that been with us. We got like almost, hey, we probably got, if it's saying 200 right here, that means it's about at least 2,000. 2,000.
It all comes from a sincere place, family. So I just want everybody, all of the, because I'm a very passionate dude when I'm into something. So it's very difficult to get played a lot. And in order for me to get to this point in my logic and my reasoning and thinking, I had to get played. That's why I was like, going through the fire was necessary. It was necessary. I didn't like it, but it was necessary. So it helped me figure things out, man, because I had to stop chasing the master. You know, Bruce Leroy was chasing the master.
Looking for some dumb guy. Didn't even know he was the one.
So if we always gonna be waiting on Neo, we won't understand we were already born that one. We're born that one, and we're that one for somebody. So it's millions of ones.
Indeed.
So when I go to thinking about how much strength I seen brothers like if you ever watched Mark Henry, he used to be the strongest or considered the strongest man on the planet. Mark Henry's a dark-skinned brother. I think he's from Alabama. I don't know. He's South. He's from the South. Might be from Mississippi. But he's a big brother. He used to wrestle. You know what I'm saying? Excuse me. Mark Henry, I seen what he did to garner enough strength to lift what he lifted. He had to start breathing extremely intense when he did it. When dudes get on the weight bench, and they get to slapping shoulders and feeling that pain from the slap, and then you start breathing, you garner that energy, then you need enough electrical current in the muscles for the muscles to not, cramp. What keeps them from cramping is having enough water, because electricity passes throughout the entire body, not through the breath, but through the water, which is in the blood. So like I said before, wind moves water. Without you breathing, your blood cells ain't going to keep reproducing either. Your blood will coagulate in the body, stop moving, and it'll dry up. Like what happened to the desert. The desert in the Sahara is a sign of what happens when Black people, as fire or soul or electrifying beings, live someplace too long. Now, we didn't live there too long. We left before everything was depleted, but the Asians, are I call them our children, our children in nature, but they came in and wiped out the rest of the nutrients. Mm-hmm. By the time the Greeks came in and got their fill, it was butt naked. See? So they filled right on into all of the dead land once it was scorched from the heat that niggas bring. Anywhere we be on the planet is going to be hotter. It's going to be hotter. So if you could imagine if we was living everywhere, imagine if niggas was living not just by the equator, but below the equator, above the equator in Canada in millions of numbers. Billions of numbers. If we was living there in billions, we could affect it fast. We could heat up the temperature of the climate fast in that area. When Caucasians come around, they're going to make it cooler, more misty, more rainy. They want to block out the sun. They want to keep the temperature down, because their temperature and their body chemistry doesn't function well in extreme heat. Extreme heat causes them to start getting crazy. Like extreme cold can do anybody, but it doesn't matter who it is. Extreme cold make me crazy. Extreme heat can make me crazy, okay? Anybody, it doesn't matter. It's about the chemistry of the body. When you start mastering these chemistry, your blood temperature, and things of that nature, then you'll learn how to control the water content in your body. And you can do things like repair your nervous system. If you have numbness going on, people say you got diseases and things. Well, you'll be able to counteract these diseases if you know some science. We trust our elders that taught us. They got us where we are, but we can't keep doing it. Why? There's going to be too many people out here that can trick you. Too many. And how you going to find out which one ain't? You see? The honesty doesn't really pay, which is why movies make so much money. Now, if I was writing a movie, it wouldn't be one. It'd be like a documentary, a filmography or something. Because I'd be on there trying to be as honest as possible. It would never make it past bootleg stores in the hood. I'm serious. Like, it'd be a cult classic in the hood. Niggas will love it in the hood. But in the world, they won't even know what I'm talking about, because they had never been and heard me before. Excuse me. So it's amazing to me, because I'm not trying to tell somebody they can't do anything. Why? Because imagination is the wind. Do what you will. Don't hurt nobody, but do what you will. I'm not Aleister Crowley, family. Okay? They scare you from people like him. Aleister Crowley's the type of person who wanted to do what he wanted to, but guess what? Look at him. His desires took him down. When we learn this knowledge as leaders, we catch wind of it first. Those of us that choose to be tyrants always fall. Why?
Thanks.
Because we go the wrong direction with the energy. We go against the energy. We don't go with the flow. We stop listening to the wind. guide us, we start telling the wind what we're gonna do. No, the wind be like, I wouldn't do that. You be thinking to yourself, but I got plenty of servants. It doesn't matter. They're not gonna not love me. They love me. Over time, that'll change. That'll change. People gonna start using their wind to talk bad about you and slander you. You be upset like Marlo from The Wire. My name is my name. And that nigga got locked up. And what's his name? Omar was on the street.
Yeah.
Now look at this. Look at this. This is how my brain works, fam. On the movie The Wire, what goes through wires? Electricity, right? Two of the head people. You got
Boxing.
Avon.
Yeah,
Avon backwards is Nova. A Nova is a star. Okay. When you look at Marlo backwards is old Ram. And we know who the Ram is. It's Amun. When you look at Omar backwards is old Ram. I mean, it's Ram O. Okay, so we know the O, what the O represents is the cipher, the egg, 360 degrees of completion. Okay, so we looking at two Rams going at it, Marlo and Omar. Avon was the old star. He was, on his way out. You see, that's why old Springer couldn't get nothing jumping. The whole daggone Wire show could be analyzed and put right into the natural aspects that I be talking about all the time. They're all connected. Nothing that we do is not connected to weather. That's what I'm trying to say. You can find it in the languages. You can find it in people's behavior patterns. Like I seen before, I seen videos where there's NBA players, all the NBA players, there's like 5 on the court that be walking the same way, the same rhythm, same time, move their arms, do everything at the same time. That's synchronicity. That happens in nature. Okay? Through the particles. It happens in nature. So when people see it now, they've been so programmed to be spookified that they go, oh man, did you see that, man? Oh man. I'll be like, yo, that happens, bro. It wasn't nothing too special about it. It's possible. It happens, bro. I'd like to give a shout out to brother Atum Ray 9. Thank you, big bro. Appreciate you, man. Much love.
I got a question for you, because
yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You said some stuff just a minute ago that sparked my imagination. You said that once we catch wind of it, and all you said before that, you said that people start talking about you and sending those sound, because sound travel through the air, right? Sound.
That's right.
Through the wind. So once people start talking bad energy on you, and it spread, and the more than a lot of people is putting that bad energy, how does that really affect? People don't know how much that affects. How does that affect you?
Deception over honesty. It's a tactic. It's a negative tactic. It's a war tactic, actually. You should only use deception when it comes to great need. That's what I say. Some people just use it. That's shadow magic in a sense, when it comes to the program of magic and how they got us believing in magic and whatnot. That is real magic, okay? If somebody is talking mess about you, you catch wind of it because the wind will send a body your way for you to hear it. Or they'll just tell you, hey, I heard such and such and such and such. And you'll go, what? They out there saying that on my name? That is still the wind using the person. You know how people go, I prayed for a car, and next thing you know, I was at church that Sunday, and sister such and such came to me, told me she had a car for sale that she didn't want, or that had low mileage on it. It's the airwaves. The prayer goes through the air, because in the air in itself is the mind. So everybody has access to the airwaves.
You gotta do the W.
Exactly. Even the word ear is the word air. Even the word hair is the word air. And backwards air is ray. I say that all the time. The connections of light and gas is right there in your face. It's like, what's moving the light? Gas is. What's moving the water? Gas and light together, causing wind, causing thought, causing positive and negative thought through positive and negative electrical charge. Without that, nobody's thinking. Nobody. So you can't annihilate evil, family, because there's no such thing in nature. You can't annihilate good, family, because there's no such thing. It works as one. Not sometimes, all the time. You know how they say God is good? They be like, God is good all the time. There's somebody in the back go, won't he do it? And that'd be the same chick to say she hate men. But she's saying won't, but she's saying won't he do it? Oh, like I thought you didn't like men. Who's the he? Well, no man can stand close to my God. And I be looking at her going, man, somebody get this lady some help. But this is what this is what we got to deal with, though. This is what we got to deal with till we grow up. It's fun being a kid, a child. You get to be naive. You get to make mistakes. You know, your free will is really intact. You just get your butt whipped every now and then. But nature kick your ass in a different way. If your ass ain't learned by the time you grown, you go out here treading and not knowing where you stepping and get bit by a rattlesnake. That's nature teaching you to watch where you going, nigga. Your daddy teaches you in the house in a different way. You also learn, if your dad and them ain't around and they reminded you, the air is still filling you. You still feeling the air. And when you stub your toe on the corner of that daggone coffee table, it reminded you. You should have listened to your daddy. Watch where you're going, boy. Now you got a broke big toe. That's life. So compared to daddy's ass whoopings, right? That's soft. Life taught me to look both ways before I crossed the street. Life did. My mom only got to mention it a couple times. I went out there in the middle of that street, kaplow. What they say, you know, I'm in the hospital. Calling for my mama. Delirious. Just got hit by a 4x4 pickup truck. And we talking about in the 80s. Bro, I was 2 years old, man, about to turn 3. I wasn't even all the way 3 years old yet. So that's what life teaches. That's a life lesson. You know who learns life lessons? Every day, they don't have no choice? Animals.
Go ahead.
How many times have you seen a cat walk up on your porch with one eye and you like, damn, what happened to you? You know, he stumbled upon somebody else's territory and they whipped on him. And I mean, when cats whip on you, they're going to take something out of you.
Yeah.
Trust me. So they play for keeps in nature. Nature plays for keeps. That's how you got to know that one body is not, if it ain't enough in your own conscious, then why would it be enough, period? Because you get the idea from the consciousness that is. You know it ain't enough. You know it ain't fair. You run around going, life ain't fair. Yeah, it is. The program ain't fair. Be honest. If life wasn't fair, your breath would cut off right now. See? Life is graceful. Life is very easy. It's easy as in and out. The program is hard. Ain't that what you learn when you become an athlete? Which is the elite, because athletes breathe the best. See? The word is the word the backwards, just with an A. Then you have elite. So you have the elite. Athletes are the elite. They breathe the best, they jump the highest, they run the fastest, they hit the hardest. They the strongest. Excuse me. And an athlete in nature, without the guidelines of any religious disciplines, any police, any military, an athlete in nature is a god. Now you run across a person that this is how the God concept came about, family. Some big, strong buck nigga saving people. And the stories get spread around. That dude, yeah, you know, that dude I ain't never seen that before. Of course, they'd be saying it in, clicks and book, book. That's how they'd be saying it back then. But that's what we would have said to each other. It would have been all on our faces. Somebody like Michael Jordan, somebody that some up here in the tree they can't get to. They don't know how to climb. Then some nigga like Jordan come and go, I got it. They come running right past you, breeze past you like the wind, jump up there, snatch it down for you. And you like, what? This nigga just flew. That's what I'm talking about, fam. We seen things for the first time somewhere at some time. And then the folklores and stories began to program the rest of us for future progress. If we never heard about this dude jumping that fast, running that fast, jumping that high, and moving, doing and saving people, then there wouldn't be another person inspired. The word inspire or spire, expire, perspire deals with ether. So when you expire, right, then you'll be inspired, or somebody will be inspired through your expiration. As soon as Michael Jordan dies, it's going to be a bunch of millions of them. His energy's that great. Muhammad Ali, look at what he did with his energy. Look how many boxers did the shuffle after him. Look how many niggas wanted to be Roy Jones. You see? And I'm just talking about boxers, but we can deal with athletes of basketball, anything, man, especially Olympians. They're the most versatile versions of your story or program gods, you know? They're the most versatile. So, I mean, you got to think, you got to look at it. If you are running every day, I did it earlier this year. I ran every day for 6 weeks out in the hot sun. It didn't matter that it was a hot blazing sun. I embraced it. I'm talking about the sun was so hot. You know how you sit in a hot bath and then you start grunting and your stomach start tied up. I was running out at 90-something degree weather, damn near 100. And people was looking at me going, that nigga crazy. I was going, nope. I'm burning toxins out of my system. I'm purifying my body through the breath. They don't want to do that. They ain't got to do it. Let them believe what they want to believe. You know yourself and live according to that, not what somebody told you. You live according to knowing what you figured out about yourself. Because you experienced it. Nobody can tell you that. You experienced it firsthand. Anybody that denies you in conversation doesn't know you. You know you. So don't ever argue with a person that don't know you. A person that gets to know you doesn't know you entirely because you're still getting to know yourself. When somebody say, I know you, you say, you've learned my patterns. Soon as my patterns change, then you'll say, man, you changed. You different. You acting weird. You ain't the same no more. Why get mad? Because you got to learn the new me. Don't get mad because you got to learn something new, nigga. I'm a new nigga now. Ain't nothing wrong with you can be new too. Be new in a positive way, a warm way. One that's going to purify people though. If you become new in a cold way, that's new too. That's different. But people are going to try to get away from you. And if you're too hot, they'll try to get away from you. So you got to find some type of balance. We learned that in ancient Kemet, ancient Tamaray. But Dr. Ben say alkebulon. Excuse me.
Land of the black.
The facts. We learned it. We knew it. We knew about the electricity thing. We were so daggone smart and adequate at using nature that we didn't need to invent any other technology for real, because we could tap into nature. We used to get a lot of our electricity from our lights from eels. Actual electrical eels, not snakes, electrical eels. See, we used nature. First type of anointing oil that was ever used on a Messiah was alligator fat. And there was healing properties in it. Just like the reptile is used for many different healing things. You had to counter a venom with a venom. You couldn't put a herbal thing in a person's body to cure them when they was bit by some type of venomous animal or creature like a scorpion. You had to give them a snake venom to counteract the properties of a scorpion bite or some other venom. How do we figure that out? Somebody must have got bitten by both creatures in the same day. Oh, can you imagine a nigga getting bit by a scorpion and laying there? He laying there in agony, and then a snake come up and bite his ass too. And he going, man, this is the worst day of my life. But then he just starts feeling better, and he's going, oh, what? He got the wounds to prove that he got bitten, but his mobility comes back. So he starts to learn from that experience, and then he knows something that nobody else knows unless they got bit by both in the same day, you see?
Right.
So he had to go through some excruciating life experiences to learn something, bring that knowledge to the people, and then it changed the destiny of our human existence. We went from not knowing how to counteract poisons and toxins to one, what we call God, learning it. The God that learned it went through the trials and tribulations to bring the knowledge to you. He had to get bit twice by two animals that kill kids.
Right in his ass.
You know what I mean? Right. Like, bruh, could you imagine how much cursing he was doing in whatever language?
Right.
You know what I mean? This got to be the worst day ever. You know what I mean? And then you just like, oh man, but you got to be intelligent also to be able to appreciate what just happened and then learn and bring the knowledge to the people. If you're not an intelligent brother or sister, you're going to be taking that whole day as a fault. Like, man, and then what you'll do is you'll tell a story, and it'll be a myth. It'll be a myth in the whole village. Oh, that's such and such. Who was that? Oh man, they got bit 2 times in the same day, a rattlesnake. And then the story go from rattlesnake and scorpion bite to a dragon and demon fight to that to him battling the devil himself. And the stories just get watered down over time. Next thing you know, we sit up here going, oh, well, who's coming to save us? Nobody. Fool, the wind is. Ain't you breathing?
Right.
That gives you enough electrical charge to save yourself. And if you are an athlete, you might have enough power or potential to save others in the moment. And then it's going to take a group of athletes to save a crowd, because can't no one athlete save 100 people. You had to have all, like Brady used to say, you big, strong, fast, high jumping, running niggas, and grab one of your white brothers and sisters.
15.
Yeah.
So you think they set up? So you think that the NFL, like all like where it's set up, they set up to monitor these type of people so they can take them and separate them from us, from like so I know we superheroes too, but they monitor these athlete guys and put them in the NBA and give them all kind of money and move them in these suburbs to separate them from the heroes. You know what I mean? Like Shaq could be a big ass nigga on the front line, like on the front line of a military. He like one of them dudes, like the. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that bro. I'm telling you, that's what made me think about it.
For elites.
Right. Yeah, and they definitely you got to think about it now. The programming, they don't force us anymore with whips. They know how to control the brain. They know how to control the program. So they program the elite ones to procreate with the weaker subspecies. And I'm not gonna go into who or what. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, how all of them always lead a sister, and when they grew up with the high school sweetheart, and when they get the money, they go procreate with the other people, the people with no color, the people of no color. That's what Mother Bear call them, people of no color.
The transparent race, the ice race. I call them ice, but I like ice in my drinks.
Right?
They're good for something. That's all I'm trying to say. Ice is not bad. It's how you use it. Now, the one thing they do is they found out how to use our fire to benefit them. We don't use our fire to benefit us. We use our fire to sing old Negro spiritual hymns in church on Sunday. I'm just teasing. Nah, man, we don't really use it to benefit our whole people, man. We let them give us the money, and then we go use our fire to help some other culture. That happens, man. We don't know enough about ourselves. We call it too many things to even understand what we're saying. Instead of going, yo, it's the breath. Somebody wants you to believe that it's you can call it Holy Spirit if you like. Just know that it's wind. The minute you start not knowing that, you get ready to be tricked, misled by somebody, something other than the wind. Because the wind is pushing you. It's not nobody else. The wind is controlling your thoughts. Man, y'all heard me say it plenty of times before. The Native American chief, he wears the feathered headdress because the feathered headdress will blow easily in the wind, guiding him, his movements, his thoughts. Can't go wrong when you go with the flow of nature, not going against the grain. We made positive decisions. We made positive change. We didn't need anybody to come in and tell us that we was living like savages.
So what they did.
Yeah. But see, the program of the word savage has to change. They put the program of the word savage in our brains as something bad, something negative. But if I use my wisdom, I can say, hey, the word save is in it. The word age is in it. Those that were savages were there to save the age or the ages. You see, I could reverse the spell. But if I don't tell myself that that's possible to mess with the language like that, I'll have restraints on my creativity, restraints on my imagination, restraints on building. I won't think that I can do anything without permission. And why do I need permission of a subrace or from a subrace? You don't. A subspecies is negative just by temperature, degrees. We can say behavior, we can say all this other, but they're really negative in degrees. It's what causes them to think the way they think. And it also says to them that this is all right. They'll never think that what they do is wrong to you and me. Even the Caucasians that do, they ain't gonna let you have their house. They ain't gonna give you their cars and houses and their clothes and their money and go, here, this belongs to you. They ain't gonna do that. They ain't gonna do that. They're just gonna sympathize with you and they're gonna nod and go, I know. You do it. You nod to them. If the shoes on our foot, we just be patting them on the back going, it's gonna be all right. Don't worry. You damn sure would not just give it over. You wouldn't do it, man. Because your natural survival instincts in your mammalian body has you vibrating on animal instincts a lot of times, not the gas or air instinct or the electrical spiritual instinct that comes from the static electricity in the wind. Most people don't vibrate on that. What? No, sir. No. I'm on a call too, man. Uh-huh. And I'm not even allowed to do that either. You know, I can't have nobody in the truck. I got camera in there. Well, the automatics do. Yeah. I mean, I'm sorry about that, man. If I was an owner operator, most definitely, but I'm not. I work for a company. All right, sorry about that, man. Yeah. And it's cold out here too, bro. That shit is terrible.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're in the building, man. Cracking heads, win talk with Tone Ray, baby. I told y'all. Crack head, the twisted caps. This right here gonna
always. I'm sorry, big bro. I'm sorry.
Wait.
I'll always be wanting to help, man. But I mean, when you are working at these jobs, remember, like I was saying, corporations don't have no emotions. Corporations don't have none. So
yeah, they dead bodies. Go ahead.
Yeah, if I was to help my man out, it will come back to bite me in the ass, like frostbite. And then I'll be sitting up here pissed off because he has no way of being able to help me get another job or another livelihood. You know, I wouldn't be able to replace it. Not trying to be mean. That's the whole problem with it. Like, people take it wrong when you deny them. But my question would be, what decisions did you make to end up like this? That would be my question to him, because I didn't do it to you. You see what I'm saying? People, right. Why do we get mad at people all the time? And this ain't even just about him. This is just in general. We get mad at people that can't help us once we've made decisions to fall. It ain't nobody else's accountability but yours. At that perfect moment is the perfect time to go, you know what, I fucked up. Excuse my
right.
my language.
Go ahead.
Nah, I messed up. I shouldn't have. And now look at what I'm doing. I had to face the facts a long time ago. Like, remember that time we was on the line and I was walking in the rain? Because I couldn't get enough money to get a Lyft or to get home, or Uber or something to get home, because my car was broke down there in that time period. You know what I mean? And then by the time I started looking on the bright side of it, I was almost closer to home, and it was a fresh $20 bill laying in the wet grass. It was wet and everything, but it was fresh, like it was a crisp 20. I said, now look at this shit here. Flat broke too. Flat. I ain't gonna say broke. Right. It was like, it creates conditions. Weather is a condition, right? So it'll create conditions to put you in the right place at the right moment, because the wind had to push you there, had to get you there somehow. And I was able to get some things for the house at the time that we needed. You see what I'm saying? So when I woke up later on that day, I took that 20 and went to the store, got us some water and some bread, some things we needed to get us to payday. You know what I mean? So it was like, you know, I was being guided. That's what I'm trying to say. I was being guided.
Hey, you know something?
The wind is the guide. Go ahead, big bro. My bad.
God, my bad for cutting in. But just to add to on what you said, like, every time something bad happened to me, before I got conscious of the wind and how everything, like the stuff you saying, I used to think, man, why is this shit happening to me? But now when something bad happened, I always smile or feel better. I feel good, because I know that it's got to be something good. When something bad happens, it's got to be something good to counter it. It's got to be something good happening at the same time for me. Like when I got fired on my job, I came in, I'm suckers fired me, man. And I drove home. I was like, man, I was devastated. Like, man, they fired me right in the midst of where I need to have the money. And then I started doing YouTube, right? And then when I started doing YouTube, I like, YouTube is better than where I worked at, and I ain't got to sit there and deal with the shit that I had to deal with. So it's always a good thing when something bad happened to you. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. There's something good. It's definitely something good in it. If you can get past the fogginess of what's right in front of your face, you'll see what's really happening. Like in the movie that happened. The wind is in control. It's not everybody. It's not what people think. It's the wind, you know. And I want you to understand why we had to make our monuments back in ancient Kemet so large. If we didn't make them large enough, over time the wind would come through, cover that thing up. Nobody would be able to see it. It'd be under the dirt. So we made them monumental. No wind knocking this down. Some of them still got knocked down over time. You know, it all depends on how violent the wind is. But you don't necessarily have to call it violent wind. It has to be supercharged when it's moving like that. It's a reason. When the energy shifts on the planet, the wind is what's shifting it. We all get touched by it. Remember Dr. Delbert Blair saying the shift is here, the quickening. And he kept saying certain words that had me intrigued. But if I wasn't intrigued to learn from Dr. Delbert Blair and all the other masters that I learned from on my way into my conclusions, I would still be waiting for a master. So I had to grow out of it. All of them brothers realized that they was masters, and look how great they became.
Hey.
And a master ain't nothing but a large star, a mass star. See what I'm saying?
Right on.
You know, and the star is an atom, excuse me, bro. And the star is an atom. You know, so we keep expanding from that point outward to the macrocosm. And then when you pass, you go back into the quantum. Excuse me.
You know, 15, using some of the stuff you taught me with the circumology, and I was sitting there playing with the word science, right? The word science. And I was like, this sounds like seance. Seance, but they took the word science from seance. And what was a seance? A seance is where a group of priests, scientists, whatever, got together and started doing alchemy.
It also is the word sense.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because it's, you know, you're right. I ain't saying you're wrong. Yeah, you're right.
No, go ahead. I'm with you.
It's seance, and the word sense, and the word science. And the word seen is in it. Right, so, you know, you're dealing with the sense. Science is connected to senses. That's what I was saying. It's connected to senses right there in the word. Our feeling, how we feel, how we interpret things, is all connected to what we observe. If there's no seeing, there's nothing to observe. You know how they say when somebody turning out, they go, "Why are you making a scene?"
Yeah, right.
You know, the science is in the observation of that person making that scene. And do you get involved in that energy, or do you stay separate from it?
Right.
You know, that depends on how wise you are. You know how when we're young, we go straight to the fight. Somebody fighting over there, y'all. Everybody start migrating over there. And then somebody pull out a gun and start shooting. And then somebody's innocent child, they get shot. And they don't know no better. And if they do know better, they didn't do better. Doing better is to say, you know what? I'm not getting involved in that. But something is attractive about it. Something pulls us over there into it. By the time we get pulled over there into it, we get magnetically pulled into a disastrous energy that you didn't know was bad till you got too close to it. Those of us with experience can look at that energy getting ready to explode from a distance, and we can avoid the whole contraption. But that comes from experience of dealing with the explosions when you were young. You got to learn to deal with that. If you live past it, then you can change and help somebody else not make that mistake. But if you have never experienced it, you just won't know, bro. You'll just have to get it blown up unless you get that gut feeling. Hold on real quick.
All right, go ahead. Hey, if you're in the building, hit that like, hit that subscribe button. We're gonna be taking questions in a minute. If you got any questions, right? But we talking wind talk. We getting back to our culture. No more religion. No more spells being casted by these wizards on the land who calling themselves preachers. One got no more, hey, no more time. How they used to say it on the front of Bible tapes, no more time for your teachers that are and religious leaders that don't know how to lead. Right? Hey, you your own damn leader. You don't got you your own master. No comfortable. If anybody coming talking about they, you know what I'm saying, want you to bow before them and it'll be your God and Jesus and oh God. And they that's that shit that come from over their way. We weren't doing it. The spirit was the wind. We knew that all the way back. And then they took it and put it in their book and said God breathed his spirit into man. They took our shit. We that's what we was saying. And they then when they took it, they made it into oh no, see that ain't the type of wind talk y'all talking. That ain't the same. See, you talking about Mother Nature, God and Mother Nature is different. Yeah, these people crazy. It's the craziest shit.
Facts.
But hey, you know what I figured out though, 15?
Yes, sir.
That's you can't help everybody. A lot of people they just ain't gonna get it.
That's right. Bruh, yeah. Do you know how bad it hurt me to realize I couldn't save the world?
Right? That's what I ain't. Same shit, yeah.
Nigga, I was hurt. Like, I can't do it? Nah, it ain't for you to do. You say if you and your bloodline, your children are going to be part of the energy that you're leaving here, that's going to correct the energy. So it's a gradual process. We got to learn to respect. We got to respect it. Nature's process will not fail. Trust me on that. It hasn't yet. So if people, don't know what I'm talking about, I'm saying people still being born, ain't they? And it's new life coming out because of all of the different types of things we've been doing to help influence the new life. I'm talking about everything from ocean pollution to air pollution to radiation and just simply having pets and mixing. And it's a lot of things we did, y'all, that caused a lot of the changes that will be our future. And our decisions, we always had to learn to live with them. Trust me. So whoever we let rule for the past 6,000 years, we got to clean up the decisions that they made in order to go into our own decision making. If we don't, then the remnants of their decisions and energy when they rule will still be here as residue that we still got to deal with. It'll contaminate everything new if we don't clean up the old stuff. And I'm only saying that like that to let people know we're continuous, we're infinite, and we're ongoing. We're making corrections as we speak. The planet has always been quarantined by us. That's what, they send us in. All your prayers have been answered, family. People that pray, understand that your prayers have been answered and are being answered. You might not be intelligent enough to understand that. Your desires aren't being met, so you're unhappy. I ain't getting what I want, so doesn't mean the planet ain't. You're just part of the, we're just part of the system of the planet. When we get to acting like we're greater than that system, that's where the concept of this God creature comes in. And I do mean creature. Sure. People get to going, y'all, he just said this. And all is for children, okay? Last time I said that is when somebody cussed in the house and we was kids. Oh, I'm not a child. I am to a 70-year-old person. When you look at my physical body, you're going to go, that dude's just a kid. But my energy isn't. I told y'all I'm a life path number 9. Ain't nothing childish about a life path number 9, man. My old soul. So the old people was who I looked up to when I was a child. Old people. I followed them around. You know, I learned everything I could learn from old wisdom. So I was able to put a lot of things together simply because I didn't ignore the old ways and the things that were already taught. I had to do that research too. Everything that my brothers do to learn more nowadays, and y'all piecing together the pieces to the puzzle and things, that's necessary. If you don't do that shit, you won't find out what was being lost in the records. Because a lot of things were lost just through, how you say, false information, false interpretations of the information, how people perceive things. That's what they're going to speak on. They're never like, if I don't see what you see, you won't find that out until I get ready to try to tell what you told me to somebody else. Then you'll go, I didn't say that. He'll be going, yes, you did. No, I didn't, bro. You got me in trouble because that's not what I said. The story gets misconstrued. So language is important because you got to be literate. Literate. What rate does your light move at? Literate, light, or rate. Lighter and rate.
Right.
Put together. So what rate does your light move at? Are you moving or vibrating fast enough? And if you are vibrating fast enough, then you got to understand there's people that's not. So when they come across your vibration, you're going to speed them up. But it's an energy thing. What do I mean? Energy dissipates over time. It starts to fade. It needs to be around other energy to keep its size great. So we stay around people that can teach us. We stay around people that have access to teaching us, that can keep teaching us. Because we're feeding and we're growing from eating that type of information. We need it. Everything that I studied was because I felt I needed it. If I didn't feel like I needed it, well, I wouldn't have been enthusiastic about taking it on either. At all. So I try my best not to get stuck anymore because the wind don't never get stuck. Never.
That's right.
It stays moving. Always stays on the move. Anybody thinking that they can trap it is only going to hold on to it a little bit at a time, and then they got to let it go.
That's right. Pass the hell out.
Facts. You get it? You said pass first. So, in essence, matter of fact, look, we just take some questions, man, because you know me, bro. I can talk for.
They saying you saying profound information right now, man. You speak profound words.
Yeah, brother.
Hey, man, this is natural. Hey, I'm telling you, man, this natural. This shit is light, man. I'm telling you, hey, he going easy on y'all right now, man. I'm telling you, he leave over you. Hey, he going easy on y'all niggas, man. I'm telling you. I'm telling you,
man.
going easy, man.
It's a what you call a slow a slow stroke of a pen.
Yeah.
You know, I'm writing slow on the brain.
I'm telling you. Hey, y'all think, hey, they said, man, this is shit. Hey, drop your questions, man. You got any questions, man? We you know, I'm telling you, man. 15, he's short.
Right? Yeah, big bro. I'm gonna simplify whatever you thought was complicated for you, and then you know you can go add on it the way you want. Because I'm saying is to override what you have experienced in your life and what you've learned to know. Mm-hmm. Whatever you think you know, I'm saying add the consciousness into it, the real consciousness. Don't have nobody running around here telling you that consciousness is something other than what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you. Reason why I'm saying that is because this proves it without a shadow of a doubt. Nobody, and I mean nobody talking, can talk without breathing.
Yeah.
Nobody. So how they gonna get beyond it? Anybody that's in denial, how you gonna get beyond breathing?
That's right.
To tell me whatever you want me to believe, you can say it. You're allowed. I don't have to let it program me.
Exactly.
I can still keep my mentality and expound on what it is I learned from the person that might have been trying to deceive me. Because like I said, they don't know. Ain't nobody out here going, man, I'm trying to lie to you about God. No, they just don't know, bruh. I mean, they really don't know.
Yeah.
But they too egotistical and confident. So they're not going to come out and go, I don't know. Not these people I'm talking about. The ego drives. Somebody like me or you might go, bro, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but if I want to have you on a hook, like old Shady used to do, Shady would say, if you want to know something, ask me. I know everything.
That shit's fun.
Hey, I know it all. You know what I mean? I'm God and all this bullshit, man. And have people worshiping the nigga.
That type of energy is why the planet is the way it is. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. A toxic, stinking ass gas in a
Yeah.
body. In a body.
Yeah.
Just running around,
Thinking
hosting a
gas.
body. Like that time you said demons, if it smells bad, it ain't good.
Yeah, that's
Remember when you said that, I said, now that has to be true. It was too simple.
It's part of
It's
the
too
game.
simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, how you disagree with that? You ain't never liked nothing to stink.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And if you did, then you a demon.
Yeah, right. It's simple. It's
If you want to
simple.
go there, right? You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you something else. But the shit is right. It's all everything is always right in our face. If you flip the M, the W on win, it's mine.
Right.
And the W.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? We know about the W, the higher you and the lower you.
Uh-huh.
It's connected with the win.
Yep.
It says all right there, man, in the word, right there itself. W-I-N-D.
Yep.
It says spell it out to break the spell, is what they say, right?
Yep. Now turn the D upside down and bring it down to where the bulb of the lowercase d is above the line. And you'll see what could be a G, which would make the word, yep.
Wing.
Yep. So the connection there to our ancestors and why they used wings in a lot of representations of statues and a lot of our art, they was letting you know the wind guides us. They were letting us know. But niggas who want to be world famous will have you believe in whatever.
Yeah.
So that they can get you to stay, you know.
See, that's see, they talk about when they show you that ancient Egyptian shit, they say, don't look at that. That's Antichrist. Look at this white dude on top of the wall on this cathedral that Michelangelo painted up here. These two white boys grabbing each other on the booty and shit with these wings. Yeah, that's real angels right there. See, they said, Kimmy, it ain't had nothing to do with none of that shit. It was just about just what you just said about the wind.
White butt naked babies.
Yeah,
that shows. Hey, they show you the perversion of the winner mindset. The winner mindset, excuse me, is very childish. So everything is geared around taking control of the children. You can't tame the mind of an adult faster than you can a child. So all of their influences are children based. When you deal with the baby influence of angels, well, they're saying we like babies. It's in the artwork. We think about babies, butt naked babies. That's why they got so much pedophilia going on, because it's in the consciousness of the people. Like, you got to think, they show you who they are. They always do, bro. You get like a man, if you pay real close attention to what a person is saying and doing, you've been around them long enough to know their patterns, they can't lie to you, bro. They can't. I mean, you know, verbally, they'll lie, but their light, meaning what you observe, what you see, won't lie to you. They'll say something different, and what you see them do will be exactly what it is. And it'll be opposite of what they said. And you'll be like, man, I just saw you do this, and they'll deny you what you saw. Like my grandfather told this one lady that caught him cheating. Not this one lady. My grandmother-in-law, like one of my uncle's mom. She he said, who you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? Grandma she saw what she saw. But he lied to her. Made her second guess it. How did he make her second guess it? The right scenario presented itself. She saw him in the car, in his car, and another woman in his car driving. She tried to catch up with him and lost him. Went back to the house, right? On the way back to the house, she seen the car that looked like my grandfather's car. Took a brick, threw it through the back window, smashed it in.
Yeah.
My granddad showed up at the crib. Grandma Jerry was like, I seen your ass out there. You was doing this, doing that, and the other. And I know it was you. He said, it wasn't me. She said, I know it was you. You trying to make me lose my mind. You try to act like I'm going crazy. I ain't going crazy. I know what I saw. He said, it wasn't me, baby. She said, all right, it ain't you. Okay, I know you driving that car. Went out there all the way to the car. Window was not, it wasn't shattered.
Yeah.
She shattered somebody else's window.
Yeah.
and he said, see, I told you it wasn't me. She broke down crying, right?
Yeah.
Gave him a hug and everything. And my granddad said, and grandson, that bought me 5 to 10 more years of cheating. My granddad took that line. It was grave, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So I'm trying to tell you, hey, if you don't wise up in the world and learn how to watch a man's patterns, a woman's patterns, bro, and you know when you're being lied to, do not go against that gut feeling. That's the wind telling you within the right thing to do. Now you can pay attention to this person and that person if you want to, and they'll take your ass down through there. I got taken down through there. Now I'm trying to tell you, you'll end up chewed up and mauled up dealing with some of these people. There's some tyrants out here, man. You know, I mention a few names every now and then, you know, because these dudes got bad reputations already. Like the old Nature Boy, he got turned on to the knowledge and the guidance of the wind, but he didn't know how to comprehend it. He didn't know what to do with it.
That's right.
Many of us run into this new allure of information and not know what to do with it. So we become worshipped and want to be worshipped. A lot of us crave that attention. Attention is magnetism, but a magnet can't control what kinds of shards of metal it attracts. So you got to be careful. You got to be careful of what you're going to attract. You do. You can't control it, man. I hope I don't have no supervillains listening to me, but I can't control that. They gonna listen. They part of the, you know, the subscriptions if they want to be. You can't tell them what to do.
You just said some good shit.
If I didn't want nobody to know it, I'd be selfish and
No, go ahead, my bad.
I'm sorry, bro.
I just said you just said some good stuff about the you can't control
interpretation.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, it's probably a delay. My bad too.
No, go ahead.
When you're dealing in what I'm talking about, you can understand how things happen a little bit easier without being spooky. When the one sister was trying to tell, you know, this is how my brain worked now, you know, about 10 years ago, I would have been right along with her and saying, yeah, you showed enough right. Because, you know, my grandma, she was a hustler. You know, my grandma, she would pray for people and they would give her money. And I'd be going, why are they paying you? And she'd go, well, you know, they love the Lord. You know what I'm saying? And I'd be thinking to myself, okay, well, they love God, but why are they paying you and not Jesus and not God? Well, people that do that stand in representation of what the other people desire and imagine. So if you desire it and imagine it's real, and I'm a magician that can make this real to you, then you'll pay your would-be funds to me instead of the imaginary Jesus when you give your money to the offering plate. Either way it goes, you're going to pay somebody for information and guidance. That's why you buy books. Somebody that's not here anymore can write a book and still be leading people 10 to 20 to 30, 40, 50 to 100 years into their passing. They could have already passed 3 to 4 times after that, and their information will still be teaching people. That's how solid and dense the second dimension is. It's dense. Just 2 lines, right? 2 spectrums. Flat piece of paper, square.
That's right.
I ain't talking about impenetrable. You know, you put that piece of paper down. As a matter of fact, paper can be damn near impenetrable depending on how many sheets you're using and how close you got them pinched together. Because, you know, niggas in prison protect themselves from blade wars with phone books, newspapers, magazines. It can keep a blade of a knife from penetrating. So paper is sturdy, strong, but it's second dimension. It had to be brought down and through. It has to pass through the third. The third is here. Third is the material. Fourth was where the volume of space inside of our heads, we were programming ourselves to create this thing. That's the space in there. We bring it down third dimension by writing it, the penmanship, the scribe, the stylist. The stylist goes all the way back to one of our ancient aspects or perspectives of thought called Tahuti, which we all recognize as an ancestor, because there was a being in the flesh that taught us about this knowledge way back then.
Right.
It was. I am not the first, and I will not be the last. I'm a continuation. I'm part of a continuation. Young elders are part of a continuation.
Right.
All of the master teachers that came and taught, regardless of what their desires were, on the side, okay, they taught what they were supposed to teach. It was a preparation process. And you got to respect the process. You cannot expect to get into your first boxing match and go out there and just knock down the world champion. If you do, well, what happened to that white boy on Great White Hype when Damon Wayans got embarrassed on TV? 27 seconds in the first round, he got killed. And he had everybody fooled with smoke and mirrors. I'm going to beat him. I'm going to whip him. And I'm going to donate all my money to check this out. This is the irony of life. He's going to donate all his money in that movie, right? And this is just a movie, but these scenarios really play out too. He's going to donate his money to homeless charity. He was going to try to end homelessness from that fight. He was supposed to get a guaranteed $10 million purse. They lied to that boy the whole daggone time because they needed to promote a fight that would be believable for the Reaper. You know, Damon Wayans' character, who was undefeated. Nobody could beat him. He's knocking everybody out, kind of like Tyson. And they was like, well, who did beat him? They went back in the past and thought it was like, well, he got knocked out in the amateurs by this one white dude who had a mean overhand right. So they got that dude, they got in contact with that dude and sold him a dream. They used black magic on him like it wasn't no tomorrow, and had him thinking he was going to help homeless people with his 10 million, and that he was going to have a chance to be world champion. I can win. They got in his head. They programmed him to believe that. While Damon Wayans' character was eating ice cream and smoking cigarettes and wasn't training, wasn't doing nothing. He didn't care. The only running he was doing was chasing the ice cream truck. And then they got Jeff Goldblum involved who wanted the same status as the Sultan, which is Samuel Jackson. He was the promoter. They called him the Sultan. And he was wearing a turban and everything. He was an actual Hebrew Israelite in that movie. Most people don't know that. Sam Jackson represented the Hebrews in that movie.
Wow.
Go back and watch it. He represented the Hebrews. The other brother represented the Muslims. The dark-skinned brother that knocked out Damon Wayans after his fight, he was Muslim. Damon Wayans and them represented Christians. And then you had your Jewish, which was Jeff Goldblum. So they had all of the religious mindsets mixed into one, all working together and scheming and scamming. This is what the program is in real life. This is what boxing programming is like. So they get this white boy to think he got a chance at beating this dude. And it makes him think he can do it because he sees how fat this guy is. He's like, oh, this dude, he ain't gonna have no wind, ain't gonna be on his side. That's what he was thinking. But he's black. They said my blackness will beat that boy. I ain't got to change. I'm not gonna train. I'm not doing nothing. My blackness will beat that boy. And he got out there, and the white boy was jabbing him, and it got good to him. And he says, you know what? I'm winning this. And started talking shit. Hit him with the overhand right, knocked him back into the ropes. Crowd went crazy. He snapped out of it immediately and said, are you trying to embarrass me on TV? I mean, 5 punches and dude was out. And I was like, yeah, see, in real life, these things happen.
Right, go ahead.
George Foreman is an athlete. He fought 5 dudes in one night.
What?
Beat them all. You ain't never seen it?
Go ahead.
This was after he lost to Ali. Yeah. He fought 5 dudes in one night, grown men.
Yeah.
And Ali was there to see it.
Yeah.
And one athlete to another. You know, they admired each other. You know, George Foreman respected Ali a lot, loved him, you know. He just sad he had to face off with him in competition.
Yeah.
See how focused Ali's mind was when he fought? The confidence of a dude that can run 15 miles a day. He had a vibrant, very strong, dominant, magnetic spirit.
Yeah.
Because he could breathe better. What happened? Foreman got tired.
Lost
what
his
round
wind.
was it? He lost his wind. And you can't win without wind.
Man, you can drop the mic and walk off on that shit. That's just right. I mean, it's just right there. I mean, come on now. You don't see that.
In all honesty, if you're looking at it, nobody can lie to you. You know what I'm saying resonates with your soul, with your spirit, with your wind. It's what connects us all. Don't you hate being in the car with somebody that got bad breath and the windows is up? Won't that change your mood to whatever it is, to angry because you want to tell them? You be sitting there going, man, this nigga breath stinking bad. It's like a negative effect that comes from a stench. Henceforth, the word demon was created. Because 9 times out of 10, the dude that is stinking just needs to take a shower. He might not be in a high moment in his life. He's in a low moment. Henceforth, the word D, that's what that means. DE means like decline. It's on the down slope. See? And then we all know D is the 4th letter of the English alphabet, representing dome. If you lay the capital D down flat, it's like a, kufi or a rock or a loaf of bread or any other thing you want to imagine with it. But it represents the dome. What's in the dome is the empty space or the volume space, which is the 4th dimension. So by the time you get to the letter D, right, it's in the dome. You think about it. It's the 4th letter, 4th dimension, and then boom, it comes out of you. You put energy behind it. to make it come to fruition. You had to put energy behind it, which is the letter E, fifth letter. 5. 5 is action. 5 is alive. 5 is motion. 5. See? E, energy. 5. Then you get to F. Which letter is it? 6. A, B, C, D, E, F is the 6th letter. How do we procreate? Have babies? We effing.
Right.
It has to come down through us. And this is continuous, and it could be explained through all the symbolism of the alphabet, because each letter matches up with a number, and each letter and number is a symbol. And they vibrate differently because of the tones behind the pronunciations, the pronunciations. They have to be professional things, and they have to be persons, places, and things, or you can't pronounce them. And things come into fruition in person, places, and things, and in existence through artistic expression, imagination, the wind, closing your eyes and letting the breeze catch you. And then thinking about that idea that you had. The idea is caused from the current of the wind. Why do I say that? Because in order for a light bulb to be lit, you need positive and negative charge. So you're not going to have a thought if you're not breathing positive and negative, and then they meet and spark. The spark takes place in the brain as neurons. Neurons. So I'm trying to tell you, this is consciousness I'm teaching about in its purest form. The wind is consciousness for us here. And wind is everywhere. So don't think it's just conclusive or exclusive to the planet Earth. Any questions out there, big bro?
Oh yeah, you got a couple. I was lining them up. What I was gonna say too, to add to what you're saying, to more perspective, before I go to this Lovely's question. Shout out Lovely, before to get right to you, Lovely. That Deion Sanders, when he was down in Jackson State, Mississippi, and they asked him, "What's your formula for winning?" Right? He said he get they win. He run his team to get the win, to run them till they fall out, till they die. Then he bring them back to life, and then run them some more. Yeah. Tell us what Deion said.
Because he found out the formula. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I said Deion wanted the Chiefs on the land. See, Deion wanted the Chiefs on the land, right?
He looked like a Native American.
Yeah, he is. He's Muskogee, right? He's Muskogee, and then his people, Deion clan, is part of the Seminoles. The Seminoles is a group of a whole bunch of different natives who came together to fight the wars.
Back when John Horson was around.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. But he really a Muskogee, right? And then that's why he went to Florida State. It's all alchemy on the land. It's message flipping on the land. That's why he went to Florida State, all that, right? The Indians, right? But now he gone to the Buffalo, right? But before he left, they asked him, they said, "What's your formula for winning?" And he said that the win is his formula for winning. I forgot to say that. And that's because he run his team and they out-winned everybody. You win when you got longer win. Like second half, third quarter, them people tired. Deion people, they just not getting started because how he build up their win. You know what I'm saying? So, but the
fact.
Hey, this is the first question we're gonna take. I just want to add that part because I thought that was interesting. How Deion just pretty much got that formula down because he a chief. Deion a chief on the land. He know. So he the win is how he won, how he be won undefeated. He undefeated because of the win. So he been going with Mother Nature. He undefeated. You know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, okay, Lovely. I got you right here. Lovely says to the 15th. Is sex bad in the spiritual world, and do it even exist in the spiritual world? Yes or no?
Yes, it exists in the spiritual world, and no to the 10th power, 9th power is not bad. No, that's part of the programming. It's population control programming, sis. In order to get you to think that sex is what you just said it is part of the trick. Sex ain't sex. Sex is procreation. How could that ever be bad? See how I changed the spell word and the vibration changes with it? If I say sex, it sounds bad because the programming is bad. If I say procreation, it sounds divine. But how is procreation and sex different? It's the same. So don't let the perspective of making love, having sex, effing, procreating, intercourse, as in something is coming into you to move through a course. It's on its pathway in, and the gates, the pearly gates of a woman's fifth, I call it 5-point star, pentagon shaped gate, in which the dimensions of it is. I know some of y'all probably went home, looked at it. Let me see it, baby. But it is the way it is for a reason, okay? Don't let them have us completely disturbed here about living. Life is precious. Living is pure in essence. What we do with these bodies is really on us individually, because what you do to hurt yourself is on you. What you do to hurt another person will come back to you, because that person has what? Relatives, bloodline here. Once they get wind of what happened, well, you'll think it's a demon coming for you, but it'll just be a relative that can't let it go. That means if they keep holding on to it, it'll kill them. Like holding on to your breath. So they come after you. Now, if you're good with your words and your win, well, you might be able to talk them out of killing you. That's possible too. You can't do it without accountability. A lot of times the wind knows when we are accountable for what we did, we fess up to it, we want to flow back into the regular current of things, the wind will forgive you. And it's various ways. And I'm even trying to be spooky about it. Various ways. Your positive flow will lead you more towards corrective action. If you keep going towards negative charge energy, well, you're going to keep falling into more numbness, more frozen mentality, a cell mentality, a convict mentality, an inmate, whatever you want to call it. But you're going to be hell bound. Jail is hell. That's where you're going to go. And they don't have no sympathy for you in there at all. You better go subscribe to some of these brothers that made it out. My bro Bill Feasy, Banky Pound. Y'all better go get on YouTube. Check these niggas out now. Because they're trying to tell you. Banky did 33 years. Bill Feasy did 10. Bill was gang affiliated. Banky did 33 years non-affiliated. So you know that's a sturdy dude. From Baltimore, you was able to go to hell and survive it, nigga. He's a special dude. You're hardened, battle tested, fine pottery, if you will. Some of them come out, they completely broken. Their mind is shattered. Their brain, the programming got to them. And I don't mean the humble ones. I'm talking about the ones that come out and go right back to crime. They have no idea how to smarten up. Prison is for young, wild people, not old men. You usually make your mistakes when you're a baby. See? Remember how I said white people, they like babies? They can get all the work they can get out of your young ass when you mess up at 18. Because they know, I got 30 years to use to fire from this nigga. Meaning, I'm going to use you. We're going to make license plates. We're going to press laundry. We're going to do everything here. And I'm going to pay you pennies an hour. 15 cents an hour. Madness. And you know, on the streets, you was banking $1 million a week. They reduce you down to that. Freeze you. And you notice a lot of the niggas in prison, they age slow. Trust me. Some niggas I know in there right now, they got toxins. The toxic is filled in their bodies, a lot of chemicals in the food to keep them docile. But the niggas be in there doing what? Countering the effects of the medication in the food because they're working out all day, 3 times a day. Can't none of that stuff stay in their system. They're burning it out. Then they come out of prison jacked. You going, dang, man, what was you doing? He had to keep his electricity high. A broken spirit shows in the body. It shows. You'll be out of shape. Some of y'all might be thinking, well, I've been fat all my life. Until you don't want to be fat no more. Do something about it. What, you gonna soak into it? You just gonna let it consume you, your desires for taste? Consumers are the beast, not the government. The government just steers the beast, which is us, the consumers. See, because ain't no, where's the stomach at to a consumer for real?
To me,
ain't no stomach.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Always be hungry.
Yeah.
A beast is never satisfied.
Yeah. We both on the same page. Go ahead.
Yeah, like a beast, he gonna always want more. Like that. It was a movie. I don't know if you remember that movie where that dude had a plant. Feed me, see more. Feed me.
Little Shop of Horror.
Yeah.
Can't forget that.
Constantly feed me. Then if you don't keep feeding them, they gonna eat your ass next.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? A beast will eat you. You got a beast, a wild, like a beast, a dog or something. And once you think you could domesticate something in nature that's supposed to be in nature, and then after a while you run out of food to feed them, your ass is gonna be on the menu next. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Because they only pets as long as they're satisfied with you. You got to remember, this is a being too. Dogs and cats are beings too. They have a job. We allow them to forfeit that job when we take them in as pets. So they're not learning what they're supposed to be learning here. They're learning how to be you. But if you have them as pets, they're only pets because they're in the house. They're trapped in there with you. If they're your friends, see, that's a whole nother level. They can roam the world. And if they're truly friends, they'll come back to you just on memory. The magnetism of memory pulls them back to the house. They'll come back. They'll visit you. And sometimes they might have a family with them. This has been said, they've been proven throughout nature. White people do it, Caucasians, they do it all the time. They go out, they get, you know how I say they steal the cubs from the mother out there in the wild, take that cub somewhere while it's a baby, feed it the milk, raise it up. Then it's a friend to them when they release it back out in the wild. It goes out, has a family. Then this white man, when he come out there and the lions get ready to run up on him and attack him, the one lion ran up on him and started licking him and smelling him and stuff because he caught his scent. And he was like, oh, you my boy. I ain't gonna eat you. And then all the other lions went their different directions. They didn't try to attack him still. You see, friends is different than pets. It's association. Remember that movie 10,000 BC that came out back in like 2000?
For some strange reason, my wife think that's a good movie. I ain't like it.
Hey, it shows something though. It shows two things. Somebody tried to say they was a god, remember, and he ended up getting murdered. They killed his fake. They killed his phony ass for lying, and he was oppressing people because people thought he couldn't die. And then the dude helped that tiger, you know, that saber tooth, and later on, the tiger, when it was in, oh boy, and the tiger remembered. And then he didn't attack the village. Now the sucky part was when the black people seen that, you know how superstitious some niggas could be. But that's a sign of a person being in tune with nature, man, from birth. When you swallow your fear and you save something like that, that you know once you save it can kill you. To me, you're one with nature when you're on a vibration like that. Because the saber tooth didn't kill it. It had a chance to, and it ran off. Almost the same situation could have happened in that movie Apocalypto when he was being chased by that jaguar. He had an opportunity to face it, but he ran, and then what ended up happening is the jaguar fell into a trap.
Yeah.
Different situations. But we have a chance to bond with nature. Nature can vibe off of your emotional energy. Your emotional energy is due to your temperament. Your temperament is controlled through degrees. That's why a lot of people be saying, you know, I got a degree. Most people that have a degree behave differently than people that don't. It depends on what your degrees is in. And if you have a doctorate and you are called doc or a doctor, then be patient with people. You're going to have to be. There's too many people that go there and learn how to be cold-hearted once they become docs. And I ain't talking about operation docs in the hospital. I'm talking about scholars. You know, once I found out I couldn't save the people, I couldn't tell them what to do and force them, I let that stuff go. But it bothers some people. They don't let it go. They live their whole daggone existence wondering, how come they won't listen to me? They used to frustrate the mess out of me. But I don't, you know, after I stopped giving a damn whether they caught the message or not and just kept going on with it, people caught wind of it. Now it starts to make sense to them like it did me or does me when it was coming to me. It's a process that I have to learn to respect. I'm not going to be the one to reach 7 billion people by myself. I can't do it. I can only reach a few. And then the wind will spread and everybody will get wind of this. And then they'll start thinking a little bit more in connection with nature. And they'll take on more of a different philosophy in life. They won't be living their lives based on desires, monetary gain, materials, and things of that nature. Men won't anyway. Women are designed to be the material realm for us. You see, the body type, not her soul, just the body type. My body type is designed to put in work here in a different way for adults, for middle-aged people, for older people, protection, protective force. Nature has to have both. Who's going to go get the food if we both mothers? I'm talking about in a natural situation, not grocery stores. If there were no grocery stores and somebody had to hunt, a mother would not feel safe leaving her baby at the house to go hunt. She'd have the baby with her on the back or on her stomach or on her front, wrapped up tight, swaddled, hoping the baby don't cry and give up her hiding spot before she kills this deer or kills whatever animal. Or forages enough and has to stay quiet because a carnivore could come and eat her and the baby. Both scenarios are possible. That's too much. So we're here. Our body types are necessary and needed, just like negative and positive is needed. And I don't want no woman thinking because I say the woman's body is designed from the negative position does not mean I'm saying you're bad by nature. No. I'm telling you ain't no such thing in reality as good and bad. We make up these concepts so that we can have a better quality of existence and not just be complete animals. The totem pole teaches us There's levels to the human mind, levels to the human consciousness. The totem pole. As in, I told them. They can't say I didn't tell them. And it's right there in the form of a statue. Totem. Symbol. The stages of man, the stages of woman, the stages of humans, the stages of existence in the material realm, and the levels you'll climb, and how you think and how you respond or react to things instinctively. Is it going to be like a gorilla, or is it going to be like a falcon, or is it going to be like water, or is it going to be like the air, or is it going to be like electricity? How do you want to move? All the examples are right before us. We take our picks in the moment. Some of us pay in that moment. Some of us pay in later moments. But there is no such thing as time, because it's only now, only the current, and only the moment. So when we say, "I love you forever," you're going to forget that person in your next embodiment. Somebody still alive in the material will have to remind you of what you said, but they also had to remember you. When they remember you and they tell you, "Hey man, you look just like such and such," they recognize the energy. The energy carbon copies itself. If you don't procreate and have offspring, there will still be somebody around here in another multiverse version of you. You'll see it. Man, you know how many Asian people I seen look like me? Mexicans, white. I seen a white dude that had a bone structure like mine. I was like, there's the white version of me. In this multiverse theory, and in my theory of the air controlling everything and us being particles, you got to think there's an infinite amount of particles coming in and popping and coming, it's a revolving door, man. So there could be several versions of your energy spread out on the planet right now in other cultures right now. You could be living 9 different lives at once from different perspectives of the one you. And all of you, your energy is collecting information in all of the spots on the planet at once. Now, somebody might go, "That's not possible." I'm not saying it is or it isn't, but I'm not going to challenge possible when it comes to the imagination of what people can think. You bold enough to bring it into the 3rd dimension and make it possible, put forth the material energy that it takes to produce it, make it a product, want to sell it, then you got to put forth your electrical energy. You got to be about that action here. In the 4th, you ain't got to be about too much action. All you got to do is think. In the 2nd, you got to write it down from the 3rd. It has to be written. Then it's fortified in the 2nd. We already know now in the stages of how light is transferred from lineage to lineage, bloodline to bloodline, is through that 2nd dimension. You solidify it here. Because before we was doing it in the 2nd dimension, writing it on cave walls, some of us made statue images, carved images in woods, things like that. They called them idol gods back in the days, Put that toy down, don't be worshiping that. Little coping mechanisms for us in the physical form. Because in the gas, we don't feel like we feel here, ain't no pain or nothing like that. You come into this plane of existence to materialize your thoughts. And then once you do, you got to go through some type of pain. You wouldn't be feeling no pain if your body didn't conduct electricity, though. The nerves would not send messages to the brain that tells you that there's such a thing as pain. That would never happen. That lets you know you're connected to the spirit from inside the body. Simultaneously, you're connected to the spirit. And when you're in your sleep state, dream state, anything can happen to your starship, your ship, your boat. And we know what moves boats. Wind. We used to live on the waters. The wind controlled our destinies. And can you imagine living on a ship out there and letting the wind sail you around? Why do we say it sail? And then you call blood sails too? And then when you get trapped, go to prison, you in a sail too? And they be like, oh, they're spelled differently. Exactly. Different spells, same energy. Same energy. No matter how you want to look at it, you can spin it any way you like. My theory is as long as you make it work for you. If it ain't working for you, stop spinning it that way. Spin it, try another thing, try something else. Be like the saying says when they say, God makes a way out of no way. Do that, make a way out of no way. Niggas do it all the time. You know what they call it? Nigga rigging. Niggas get real smart when that TV. Yeah, go ahead, big bro. Go ahead, you got it.
No, like I was saying, my granddaddy, that was his favorite line, man. Hey, niggas always know how to rig shit.
Right?
Hey, but that's fire, man. I just wanted to add this in, man. We had a guy. I guess he was one of he with my brother Yahweh, but he came in with these Bible verses and all that. And we got no sweat, baby.
No sweat. What Bible verse he give it?
He dropped a whole bunch of them. I don't know if he shouted us out or what. Be still and know that I am God. Yeah, we are God. I will exalt amongst the heathens. We are exalted amongst the heathens. I will be exalted in the heavens. Yeah, we are exalted in the heavens. That's cool, Yaku. But with a name like Yaku, my brother, you may want to change that name.
Yeah, I mean, look at the word exalt.
Nathan Yaku.
What does exalt mean?
Huh?
What does exalt mean? Exalt.
Yeah, right. Go ahead on that.
Exalt means lift it up, raise up, rise up. So heat is automatically exalted. When it comes to natural means, not spookism, not script. You want to follow the script? You open your Bible because you don't know what to do. People that know what to do don't follow no script. Actors also follow scripts. Is he acting? Does he always have to go to the script to give you his role in the game?
Well, you know how my Hebrew brothers is. They real adamant about the Bible and the King James and all that. We try to walk with them, but they so aggressive. And then he gonna say this is no negotiation. So automatically now he throw a red flag, Gabby.
No, that's a fact. This is not a negotiation.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not debating. This is not no debate, brother. You believe what you want to believe, and
he said in the Bible verses that he dropping, the worship his God Enlil is not a negotiation. That means he came almost to put a gun on us and said, you better sign this contract with Enlil, else I'm gonna shoot all y'all. That's how he coming.
Well, I mean, I'm gonna show him something he not want to teach us. He might not want to teach us this, but I know better. I know who and what it is that he's calling Enlil. Now, if he wants to personify it and say that it's a man somewhere, then cool. Go ahead and be behind that man in his image of
he ain't saying Enlil. He ain't even talking about Enlil. He talking about the God of the Bible. He coming from a Hebrew perspective. It's like you already know when I say he's saying everything from he ain't talking about Enlil, none of the extraterrestrial shit. He talking about straight.
Did he say Yahweh?
Nah. Yeah, he said Yahweh. Yeah, he said Yahweh. He on the corner. He wanted them on the corner. Through the microphone, dudes.
Yeah. I'm vibing. I get it.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. I just had to give you.
Yahweh is what I have been explaining all night. The wind. Now, if he don't know that, it's because his ego won't allow him to study science to figure out what the scriptures are really saying. He'll have to figure that out. Yah means good, and way means bad. Means Yah means positive, way means negative. Positive and negative forces is what he worships.
Electron, neutron.
Yes.
Electron, a proton.
Electrons, neutrons, protons, is particles. There's elementary particles, quarks, biops, zeal. It's a lot of different things that he's not considering and he doesn't want to. That's obvious. The people that don't want to will stick to the script. That's what the script is for.
Scriptures, right?
Yeah, the scriptor. You're going to take a tour through your life and it's all written out for you. Go ahead, follow that script and never experience anything brand new. Stay locked right on into that energy. You're free to do that. But you can't break out of it and use your free will until you know what I'm teaching you. Till you know what's being spoken of in this day and time, not just by me. I'm not the only one. It's a lot of our masters, older elder masters and young masters exposing the truth behind our existence. They're looking for equality. People are looking for equality. Why not just look for quality? What's equal in nature? One blade of grass stands next to another blade of grass, less than centimeters apart, and one's bigger. They both feed off the same source of energy. Life moves in wave, and every wave ain't the same height. Every dip ain't the same low. So I let them believe whatever they want, because when you come back and you're a baby, one of my children might be your daddy. And they gonna teach you. You won't be a Christian in your next life. Trust me, you won't. That psychology is getting ready to fade. The whole psychology of there being a spooky being that's a master over all is fading. We are all the masters as the one master together. Some of our forces, meaning our energy, is more magnetic than others because we took time developing the energy to get it to that level of magnetism. Henceforth, the exercise equals exorcism. Can't keep a demon in my body, which is a parasite, germs, bacteria, things, worms, anything like that I don't want in my vessel, I heat up to get it out. If I wanted to stay in there, I'll stay cool. See, keep it on ice. Let it live with me for a while. Preserve it. Harness my parasites. Let them make me sick. Then I'll know why I got a pot belly when I'm 60. And it ain't going nowhere. And you sitting around here going, yeah, I'm getting old, tapping your gut, not knowing it's a rock hard gut from your intestines being solidified from all the alcohol you're drinking and the meat you eat. It's a mentality, bro, a program. This brother, any other woman, any sister, I will not fault you for believing the Lord thy God is coming to save you. Go ahead. I believe that stuff too. What, you think I wasn't involved in the Hebrew stuff? I wasn't a Christian. I was born into it. Like Bane said, you merely adapted to this. I was born into it, molded by it.
Right? I love Bane.
You feel me? So go ahead, bro. Yahweh away. Have it your way. You get it? Have it Yahweh. That's what they say at Burger King. Yahweh is there. He's at Burger King. You can have it your way at Burger King. What is McDonald's doing? Loving it. They're giving out a lot of love at McDonald's. And people aren't thinking and their brains aren't firing on all cylinders. They hate to think about this stuff because they think it's difficult. It's not. It's very simple. You just have to learn to know that, listen, Lies and truth are two different opposite spectrums of each other. Some people believe the lies the way you believe your truth. So their lies are the truth to them.
Say that again.
Remember how I put it like this. It's about perspective. If my point of view is different from yours, then I'm right when I tell you what it is I see from my point of view. If you're not standing where I'm standing, you can't see what I'm seeing the way I see it. You have to come over here and stand with me. That's called agreement. If you disagree, you'll be standing over there looking in my direction while I'm looking in your direction. I'm telling you what I see, you telling me what you see. We both see different things because me and him both are different in shape, size, and in spectrum, in light. But we're not different when it comes to our essence. Our essence is a part of the one thing. That's working out an equation. So you got his perspective, my perspective, his angle, my angle, and then we'll clash. We'll collide. That's particle collision. An argument, a debate, a diatribe. Two people shooting gas back at each other. Moving each other on a vibratory level. You can get all the hell smacked out of you saying the wrong word. How? Words ain't never touched nobody physically. But a word can control your hand. Have you thinking you got to kill somebody? Because words are vibration, and vibration shapes things. So therefore, words are part of the program. Words program things. Words shape things. They shape the mind. They shape the way you think. And language is the vibration of the words. So who wrote your language? If you choose not to speak the English language and you choose to be what they will call a mute and use sign language, that's still a language. Watch how many people you frustrate when you start using sign language and stop talking to them. You'll see the evil pop right out of people, the negative, the cold-heartedness. Come right out of you as soon as they realize they can't talk to you the way they talk to everybody else. It's even harder to deceive me when you don't know sign language, and that's how I communicate.
That's funny, man. That's real.
You can't. You can try, but you got to know my language to do it, don't you? You got to know my language.
So to cast a spell is almost, you got to have words to cast that spell. Almost. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You got to hit you with some type of word to get you feel, so I can control your emotions and get you to feel either fear. Most time it's fear. That's the only one I like that. I ain't never heard about. Well, sometimes you can control people with love too, but most time it's fear that they use. Oh, my God said this, and you been ain't no negotiation. You can go to hell or get down with my God.
Right. And they don't really understand the psychology of why they think the way they do. When you start doing research and you start studying philosophers and philosophy, you go back and think about what Socrates thought, Aristotle thought, Plato thought, and you start thinking about Sun Tzu, and you go into the Asians, Confucius, and you start looking at all that stuff like I did. And I'm talking about Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius, different Caesars, bro. I did my research, man. I know how crazy people used to really think.
Okay.
And how violent it was because of it. Stupidity is a cold-hearted thing, man. You know how many people died because somebody was dumb? Meaning,
with them, man.
It's the truth. It's crazy truth. Like, bro, if I ever pointed at somebody and said, "Go kill him for me," and you did it, you're pretty stupid. Pretty damn stupid. Why would they do it? Because they told to?
Fanaticism.
Oh, yeah. Exactly. And that's what I was getting at. A fanatic is like a goblin, like a ghoul for Dracula in the movies. Dracula uses glamour to mesmerize people, hypnotize them, get them to be in a trance and control them, like, you know. And that's what happens when you lock eyes with somebody too. They're focused on you. When they're focused, anybody that knows hypnosis, that studies it or is a professional at it and gets paid as a magician, knows there's certain senses that trigger focus of the brain where you can program it and have people operating through subconscious instructions. And they'll have no idea you did it when you bumped into them in the bathroom. You hypnotized them. And it can happen just that fast where they can't get something off their mind. And you're going, why I keep thinking about this? I can't get this shit off my head. Same thing with the radio frequencies in the music. It's a lot of music you know you don't like. You know you don't like it. After about a month, you singing along with it. I mean, there ain't nothing spooky about that. That is science. Repetition, programming. The brain is a computer. It's not who you are. It's the state you're in. A state is nothing but a condition. Not a place to live, but we live in conditions. That's why we live in states in America, because America knows they keep us in conditions. And in each state, there's different living conditions. So this controls the consciousness of the people, the air that they breathe. I'm telling you.
Right. That's right. That's right, man. I noticed something too. 15, as you say that about the air. It's been many reports that in the major cities where it's more toxic and polluted type air, like New York, Chicago, these areas, Detroit, the crime
Even
rate
down
is
in
higher.
Atlanta now.
Yeah, Atlanta, right? The crime rate is higher in these areas because of the air is fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
Garbage. It smell like, man, like in New York, in certain areas, the garbage, you can smell it, like it's real bad odors in the air in the major cities. And that plays a part in the mindset. Mother Bear said the same thing that you talk about right now. Go ahead.
It's the truth. It's the truth. Our science is with nature. It's not with the city. It's not with television. It's not with entertainment. It's with the elements. That's why we were a nomadic people, because the wind don't stop moving. We used to move all over this planet, all over it. As soon as we developed the landmass, before that, we settled into the water. What do you think they mean in the Bible when they said the Spirit of God moved upon the faces of the water? If that's not us in the wind state, in the form of wind, all of the particles and things like the water doesn't get any plankton and any amoebas and things like that unless the dust from the wind is settling into the liquid, and that has to come from outer space beyond the exosphere of the planet. It has to get past the ozone layer, which is a gas layer around the planet. I call it the gas bubble or oil bubble. That's what, that's what we had to come through. We had to come through that. We got to get burnt up and cooked on the way in. Then there's a cooling process. See, that cooling process is what causes the moisture because of what we are coming in as energy. Your energy has to cool. It cools, it changes in form. It solidifies, it becomes materialized, cooling. Water is liquid, can't hold on to it. It seeps right out of every pore in your hand, right? You try to cup it, bring it together, it'd be dripping right on through. But if I froze it, I could hold it as an ice cube. And none of it will fall through my hand. See? Different states, different conditions. Can you get something to be solid like that through cooking it? Yeah. So freezing things to get them to hold and cooking things to get them to hold is two ways of thinking. Caucasians freeze things. We cook them. It's very easy to understand Black people when you get this science down pat. You don't have to worry about the angel and demon science unless you want to use it. Just understand there's a positive and negative energy that comes with that. Why not just call it energy? Why not? You know, it's far easier than me trying to remember all of the names of all the angels. This shit is easy. I'm like, bro, you call it, you can use the names. I'll use just this one word. Sum it up. You know, and we both would be talking about the same thing. That's why when the brother called, oh, Yahweh is God, and you know, I'm Yakub, like, bro, you done been told a lot of the stories we all been told. You just decided to pick one you liked, and you ran with it. It's all right. When I was a child, I used to think one day I could be Incredible Hulk. I really did, bro. So you free to do it, bro. Go ahead. Yahweh away. And look, don't get me started on those that are standing out there on the street putting their lives in danger over a philosophy, over a way of thinking. You're putting yourselves in harm's way. You're putting yourselves in danger by antagonizing and aggravating other energy. Why? You want to force people to bow down to you? What do you want power for? That kind of potential is not necessary. Controlling people, I used to think, was necessary, but that's not my ideology. The philosophy of doing that comes from the art of war. Deception, force, brutality, fatality. Sun Tzu was all about it. He wouldn't allow himself to lose.
Thanks.
Even if it meant sneak attack. And he used deception to win so many wars, somebody almost thought this dude was a god he couldn't lose. No, it just took another dude to understand the art of what he was doing and be better at it than him, which means what? When Sun Tzu was alive, people had to get smarter in order to deal with it.
Exactly.
This is what happens, family. Without the negative, the positive don't make adjustments. Without the positive, the negative don't make adjustments. So there's an expansion right before your face in positivity and in negativity. Violence is kicking up and intelligence is kicking up. So you got stupidity at an all-time high, and there's a great awareness on the planet at the same time. And all that's getting stirred up right now. There's going to be some people with great awareness and intelligence, universal wisdom, and they're going to mix with some of the negative people that went through the mud. They went through the ringer. They did time. They killed a few people. But when your baby comes out, that baby will not only have the awareness that you have and the intelligence and the wisdom, but also the brute strength of the father that went through all of the torment and torture too. And it won't be nobody that can whoop them for a long time until nature produces another equation. That's why you got stories of Achilles. Do you know who Memnon is? The Ethiopian prince?
Go ahead.
He was the only one that had the same amount of clout on the battlefield of Troy as Achilles. Achilles had a fight with Memnon that lasted days. So that fight you see in the movie Troy with Brad Pitt in it, where he fight Hector, no, That was the fight he was supposed to have had with Memnon. He fought Hector too and killed Hector easily, but when he fought Memnon, it went on for days. By days, I mean them niggas had to take a break, come back the next day and finish, you know, like you would do in a boxing tournament or something. But this was happening to settle the battle as a whole. So they made them two fight. So nobody else would have had to. You know, then Achilles won. How did he win? Memnon got distracted. How did he get distracted? His mama. His mama. Just like many niggas here today in the boxing ring, boy, can hear your mama screaming outside the daggone ring when you get hit. Oh, my baby. You know, good daggone well you should be in this sport. If you couldn't handle it, don't come see him. But from one goddess to another, they had to watch that fight, that competition. How did Achilles kill Memnon? He was distracted. How does black people get killed by what we get killed by? We're distracted, family. What's distracting us? Y'all waiting on Yahweh. Go ahead, man. Is there any more questions, man? Or cats just want to teach me the Bible tonight?
Yeah, man. They want to bust you upside the head with, you know, thou shall not. And you know, God Enlil gonna get you, man. You keep there, gonna get you talking about that wind like that. When Enlil told you the same shit we telling you. Well, why it wasn't Enlil? The nigga that talked to him about the wind was those nomos. The nomos is the one that's writing that shit.
The wind taught me about the wind.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, you know, I figured it out, 15, man. I some people just not. It's like we ride on the bus, right? We ride on the bus. A nigga ain't gonna keep riding past where he live at, or you know, what farther than his house. You know what I'm saying? He gonna have to get off the bus right at his house. Some people live a little farther down the street. Like we live a little farther down the street, so we ride the bus all the way to the last stop. You know what I'm saying? We live at the last stop. But some people stop, don't go. They stop, like the first school, Islam. They stop right there. That's all that they man, everything else after that, I don't live past it, because this is my stop. This is where I live at. So I'm getting off at Islam. Then the bus keep going. Some niggas got off at the Hebrew Israelite. They say, oh yeah, this is my stop. This is where I live at. And this is why they telling their story from that perspective, right? Yeah. Then we go to the next thing, Christianity. You got people that jumped off at Christianity. If that's they stop, that's where you pay tell them nothing. Jesus gonna come back and he gonna heal us. And somebody shot me in the ass with a gun, all I gotta do is say Jesus, and Jesus appeared and be healed. This shit's crazy, man.
All right, man. If that was true, see, it's the thing, you know what I think about people that say they got powers like that?
Okay.
I think that you should be helping the world become a more peaceful place if you're that powerful. Instead of using it to persuade me, you're wasting your time with me. Go out there and save somebody. I mean, literally save them, not running your mouth. I'm talking about let some baby be walking across the street. You dash out there like the Flash and pick them up, get them out the harm's way. That's a savior.
That's Jesus right there, nigga.
That's a savior. Not somebody that looks at it, they respond, they move. See, they don't sit around praying. They get into the thick of it. They're active. Man, it's a mighty, huh?
Hey, let me say this. Man, you want to know, like, besides the Jesus being the son, we already broke that down on the Archer tapes, right? Or going all the way back to ancient Kemet with Haru. Besides that part, if you want to go with a perspective on it, on who Jesus is, you know who Jesus is? Jesus is the nigga when you out there in the middle of this happened to my uncle. True story. Jesus is the nigga that you out there in the middle of the lake by yourself, you fishing without a life vest, and you can't swim. And then you fall off into that motherfucking lake, freezing cold, and you drowning. And a nigga just so having to look across, see, hey, you heard, hey, that nigga that come on that boat and get you on that boat is Jesus, nigga. You know what I'm saying? He said, because Jesus not a name, it's a title or a meaning that means somebody that saved you. A motherfucking nurse or somebody that a doctor. If you got shot 25 times and they get you in there and they get you back going, that nigga is Jesus. You know what I'm saying? That's what
that moment.
Yeah, at the moment, right? That's right. That's right. That's all it is. Somebody that helped that save you, man. That's it.
Right.
Ain't no damn make-believe shit that they coming up with, bro.
It's not. It's not. People gonna have to grab the perception of freedom. And I know the people that don't are afraid. And it's all right that you had that fear, but understand your fear is childish. It's childish. You don't have no reason to fear anything except for pain. Pain. Nobody likes pain. Animals don't like pain. Anything with a nervous system gets that electrical shock. Pain is an electrical shock. It's a current behind it. This is why there's pulsating afterwards. You know, after you done bump something, you feel it throbbing like it got a heartbeat in it. That's the blood flow from the heartbeat. So you feel it all the way in the area because that plays a major role in healing the pain. Blood. When they say life is in the blood in your Bibles, healing is in the blood. It's a lot of things that the blood is responsible for. But they're looking at it from the way their pastors taught them. The pastors that taught them weren't scientists. That's where you went wrong. You get into this fanatical state where they had you believing like a magician would. You know damn well the magician's tricking you. It's called a magic trick. It's right there in the daggone spell, telling you I'm tricking you, and you still amazed. Instead of just going, can you teach me? Because you know you're capable. People that don't want to go through what the magician went through to get as good as he got, they rather just promote him. Promoters don't want to get in the boxing ring, but they'll promote you. And that's what these people are to me. Religious promoters. They promote Jesus to me. They promote Allah. They promote them all. It's just names. I was born with a name. In my beginning, see, in the beginning was the word was the name. What else do you think it was? Somebody else thinking that there's another word? In your beginning, in every last individual human being's beginning, they're born, and then the name comes with them.
Get them.
See, in the beginning was the word, and then they say the word was what? With God. Everywhere you went, people called your name. So your word stays with you. And then you learn that the word is you, which is your name. Is a name not a word? How do they forget this? How do people not want to associate? They think, oh, humans are such less dirty, filthy, nasty beings. There's no way we could be in comparison to God. Man, get out of here. Get out of here. I'm tired of believing in perfection.
God.
I'm tired of it, man. I was chasing all kinds of perfection. I was chasing God. I was chasing really the truth about it all, because I wasn't going to stop till I made sense. The stuff never made sense. It was a lot of people in my life that never made sense teaching it the way they thought about it. And I started to realize, you know what? I done heard so many different perspectives of God from so many different people. I'm starting to realize who and what God is. It's the people. Because ain't no God ever, from the sense of these stories I've been told about the power of God, it ain't never came to me in the form of nothing and just said, you know what? This is it. I'm the essence. You can't touch me and live, so this is it. You're getting ready to die after this. Nah, none of that ever happened from my perspective. I don't deny anybody else's experiences. I'm just talking about me when it comes to that. So I see it different. I fell for a lot of stuff. I used to be in church right up here at front. My dad's a pastor. My grandmother, she was an evangelist. We talking about my mom and my grandma. They had a band. Talking about die-hard Christians here.
Right.
My dad passed. When my dad passed, he was a pastor. See? So he taught me the Bible every night as a child. Because most people have a single mama. I was raised by a single daddy to a certain degree. Got 12 years old, my mom got on her feet, and I went to live with my mom. One of some of the material world. Because in my dad's world, it wasn't no material wealth there. It was all wisdom wealth and knowledge wealth and discipline wealth, toughness wealth, endurance, durability. Learned that from my father. Learned how to be a man. At 6 years old, and I was crying, my dad would utter the words, "Be a man, son." In other words, men don't cry. Be tough. Toughen up. And he'd say, I'd be screaming too. Like first time my damn thumbnail got bent all the way back playing Little League football. I was screaming. I thought I was going to lose my hand. My dad said, "You ain't dead, are you?" And I looked at him and I said, "You know what? I ain't dead. You're right. I'm not dead." I needed my dad for that. My mom would have did something different. She would have tripped. She probably would have smacked me in my head. Like, "Stop crying, boy." She probably would have put more pain on me. My dad reasoned with me first. Grabbed my thumb, put it under some cold water and stuff like that, more pain. I had to learn how to be tough. Dads are for discipline, spiritual guidance. They let you know what not to get involved in, how to respect authority. Authority comes from a person that has more wind than you.
Get them.
More spirit. The spirit is in the wind. Y'all use the word spirit. Go ahead, use it. Just know me and you talking about the same thing. Ain't no difference there. You want to call it God, Allah, Yahweh, same thing as the wind to me. Now name one source more powerful than the wind other than the sun itself. Gases, what's more powerful than gases other than actual electricity and solar light? I mean, think about the levels here. That's the highest source or form of energy that we are in. It's a state of existence. The people that don't believe that they have another continuation, or they think afterlife means that you remember everything from this life and you get to continue on in another body, guess again. You're going to be born again as a baby, and you're going to have to grow up all over again. Whether you do it here or on another biological planetary orb, they're living organisms. So if you want to go to one of those, it might be 10 times more vicious or harder, but it might not appear so hard to you because you're going to grow up in it. The way we did here in the hood. We grew up in the hood, grew up in the ghetto, grew up in the projects, grew up being a daggone experiment for the government, experiment for your cities, your states and towns you live in. They want to study you and make sure that they can get something out of you. And they get everything. They take everything from you. We voluntarily give it away. We give it away.
Because we ask for assistance. When you ask for assistance, their assistance is to, okay, you want our help, we're going to take advantage of you.
Facts. This is what you got to give to get it. That's what they saying. You want our help, this is what you're going to have to give to get it. And a lot of times, guess what they make you give? Blood.
That's right.
Blood, man. If Cass ain't understanding what's going on here, they got to stay alive. They can't get the nutrients from your food source the way you can get it, so they got to get it from out of you. The same way a carnivore eats a deer, because carnivores can't sit around and eat shrubs and flowers and plants and stuff all day. They can't. They can't digest it the same way. Their body don't process the information. They're literally made to govern herbivores. Carnivores are made to make sure herbivores don't overpopulate. So they eat them. They have to consume them, but it's not designed for them to live the same life. That's why I'm trying to tell people, look, you acting like a carnivore. When you say, man, hunger pains is getting, you pissed off hungry. But you pissed off hungry for? You can satisfy that hunger. Go get you a tablespoon of peanut butter. You'll be all right. Don't kill nobody. Like that dude that shot them people at McDonald's because his mom's fries was cold. She came home complaining about the fries being cold. He went back up there to check the person that gave her the cold fries. They got smart with him. He pulled out a gun, blew their asses away in the wind. That's how simple it is. And it was horrific to see that that's how simple it is. So what did they do? There's checks and balances. There's a system in place now to make sure that we can't be buck wild with our free will.
Hey.
Hmm?
Yeah, we still got Yaku.
Yaku want to go at it, don't he?
Yeah, he want to battle, man. On the front row, he's doing all them Hebrews. They want to get out there and battle, man.
Yeah.
This is why I say to the people that like the Bible, don't sweat. You know what I'm saying? No sweat. We read the Bible like 15 told you. His dad was a pastor. He, you only can imagine how much he read the Bible. My granddad was a pastor. Both of my granddads was pastors of churches. My dad's mama and my dad, my mom's dad. And they met at church. My mom and dad had met at church. We was at church so much, I thought church is where we lived at.
Exactly. Yeah, you feel me? They don't understand.
Yeah. So like then the Hebrew, I did the Hebrew thing, all that. So like them schools, we went to those schools. But you can't pull, it's like you in the 3rd grade and I passed and I'm in the 5th grade now, and you trying to make me go back and redo the 3rd grade with you. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? I don't want. I'm good. I'm glad I did 3rd grade. It was nice. I enjoyed 3rd grade while I was in 3rd grade, but I ain't in 3rd grade no more.
I had to go through it twice.
Yeah,
I had to go through every grade twice. As soon as I had children, yeah, I went through every grade they went through with them all over again, because I had to make sure they knew what they was learning, and I had to remind myself of the knowledge that I forgot. So, and remember, I homeschooled mine. So I was there. Yeah. I was at homeschool. Me and my wife both had to go through all them grades again. All of them.
So sometimes you gotta walk with the kids. So cool. We ain't gonna we know you probably came in here, you was expecting for some milk, breast milk, but we ain't had no breast milk for the night. No sweat. We got straight steak up this is straight, well done. Raw Angus right here. This is Angus, man. I know you don't got no teeth developed yet. You still developing your teeth, and to bite down on some shit like this, it just went. But the crazy part is about it, we ain't saying nothing crazy. It's right in the beginning of your Bible. Well, God said,
right
now become who you are. If you're the wind, hey man, I don't see what nigga. Hey, but you know something? Like I said, 15. I had to come to the realize, like when I told niggas, hey, I respond to all the comments. People took advantage of that and asked me 10,000 questions, and then you write a whole book for a question. So people out here crazy, man. You got to realize that people are crazy. People are crazy out here, and you got to accept. Okay, all right, you got to be able to determine, is this person crazy, or is they really, trying to figure out what's going on, or what? You got to determine that. Now, I don't think Yaku crazy. I think that he just love his third grade. He loved the third grade.
Yeah.
Because he in the third grade, you know, it's exciting to him. It's powerful. Third grade, it's powerful. You know, it gives him the energy. Yahweh making a deal with Enlil gives him the energy that he need to live. I guess, you know. So no sweat, brother. We ain't making. I ain't trying to make. So if I'm, so if you took it the insults or whatever I said as a, you know. Forgive us, brother. It ain't nothing like that. No sweat, brother. We here we hands on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I will tell you this: that we've been here for quite a long time, brother. The Bible is not that old. It's not that old. I was gonna say that. Not that old. We've been around a few million years, and maybe even longer than that, for the Bible. So what was we doing to keep the balance on the planet before the Bible? And
right.
see, to me, when the Bible came, that's when all the trouble came. Everybody arguing with everybody about some God they never seen. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Everybody.
Everybody.
Look at how many deaths happened in the Crusades during the Inquisition. Look at how many deaths happened. Look at how many people they had to kill to establish a program. Think about it. Look at how many people they called witches and just murdered because they were wise people. Not because they were really witches, because they were wise people. That's why they got murdered. They were people that knew this truth that I'm talking about. The truth that can blow the lid off the church. The truth that can blow the lid off of any synagogue, any place of worship. This blows the lid off of living. People going, damn, you know what? It is all about the wind, the air. If I don't have any, I'm dead anyway. Exactly. What's moving the trees? What's moving the water? What's moving the dust? It's wind. That's the current. It's not a coincidence that current means right now. It's actually a point in time too. It's not just electrical energy. See? So I'm telling them what time is at the same time I'm telling them what living is. But he's got to be able to comprehend the sciences without looking up to me like somebody that can control him or lead him. I don't want to be your master. I want you to be your master. See, most of y'all own masters, especially if you got children that you actually taken care of and took care of. You a master to me. You a daddy. Every daddy is soon to be a granddaddy. Whether you're living in a body or not, your kids gonna have kids, your children's children's gonna have children, and that all started with you. That's what makes you an emperor. That's what makes you a god. That's what makes you the family tree, the roots to it all. So he's free. Like, dude, y'all cool. The brother, I understand his quest. It's all right for him to try to think that he has to go to bat to defend something that does not need defending. If it was true, you would never argue it. I'm not arguing with him because there's no need for me to try to prove breathing. He's alive. There's nothing that I say that he can't walk out front of his door and see. That's why I make references to water, dirt, mud, trees, plants, insects, animals. Because people need to start paying attention to it again. They're not. They're just phones in the hand, facing phones, laptops, tablets, always on the phone talking, on the road, always listening to some music, always got their ears plugged. Vibration at almost 0 centimeters inside the brain, just pumping it full of volume of your favorite music. Nobody's listening no more to the wind. That's why we out here getting murdered and we dying. We're not being guided on natural elemental instinct. See? We're letting tomfoolery guide us. That's what we letting do it. And that right there, to me, hurts my feelings. Because we'll argue with each other all day about whose God is whose God while we on the bottom, right here in America. We're not on top financially. We can't figure it out because everybody wants a master to figure it out for them. They don't want to be the master. They do. My master is better than your master. Till they fight. If my master kick your master's ass, then what?
Go ahead, get up.
I mean, this stuff has always been happening. It's been going on. There's stories of
it's like the Minion. That's the Minion storyline. Well, they serve this one god, and then once somebody come along, crush that god, and they follow that god.
Exactly. Exactly. Minions, men, ions.
Go ahead.
You know, negative and positive charge ions is in the air. This is what gives you neurons. This is what gives you the ability to think. You can be a minion, can't you? Anybody can if they want to be. What tames you? What keeps you from being a minion? You have a moral code, a moral compass, and sometimes our moral compass can be to a fault. It can get us killed, murdered by a carnivore. We get too lackadaisical with our wisdom. We start thinking, oh, I'm too one with nature. Nothing can kill me. You a lie. Because the body is not designed to be a force field protection. It's a learning system. We're here for grooming. We're here not just to groom the planet, but we're here to also filter the air. We're here to do a lot of things naturally. That's why I told the sister earlier, sex ain't bad. They just want us to think that way so that we're not out here having so much of it. We overpopulate these states and then they can't control us.
That's the same thing Mama Bear just said on that tape, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's the truth. It's the truth. Anybody that knows this knows, and I'm in agreement with anybody that knows. So any elder that's way ahead of me, they was probably kind of like how I am when they were younger, probably better. You see, we're still being produced. Nature is still sending us in so that we can solve these problems, because that's what we're doing. We're solving problems, equations, infinite equations, situations. We have to calculate these things all over the planet at once. We can't do it in one spot. We got to be everywhere. And the one thing that's consistently everywhere all over this planet is air.
That's a fact.
Even in the planet, out of the planet. They tell you oxygen is in the water. How so? It's a gas. See, it had to bond with a hydrogen molecule. They had to marry each other. See? So we're marrying and having sex even in the molecular level. Can't nobody tell us procreation is bad, man. Now, should it be monitored, manicured, so to speak, groomed, done right, in order? Yeah, because we've seen what happens when we allow ourselves to just be wild. Our children will be out here, man. You'll be like, man, what is you doing? They'll be in, Dad, I'm gonna marry this cow. They wouldn't understand. So it has to be a way of life. We had to gain a way of life through disciplines. And we're still creating new disciplines today. That's why I think martial artists are some of the best gods on the planet. Athletes and martial artists and people like that, they're very disciplined. They know what they can do, so they don't have to run around here throwing it in your face because they're not afraid of anything. People that are afraid of things have to warn you a lot. Martial artists don't have to do that. They sympathize with your ignorance because they know daggone well they can break your neck. Take your wind from you, reset your body, let you start all over again, let you be born again, because you're going to need to realize you can't just walk up on and touch people and do whatever you want to people. There's consequences for that. They'll let the wind sort you out, bust you right open. And you'll be sitting up here going, I didn't even make it to 18 years old. Because ain't no such thing as years. Ain't no such thing as 18. In the grand scheme of things, we make all that up in the material. All of it. When you're outside of the body, you're playing a part of it, and you don't have a choice. Inside the body either, you don't have a choice. You having a choice is an illusion. Your free will, which means the whole playing field has been set up for us to freely be or move around in, that's where our free will is being exercised at. We can't be allowed total dominance in the universe, or you'd have a daggone Thanos. You think niggas is bad in prison? Imagine some of those ex-cons mentalities, on a galactic level. That's what they show you through comic books. Theories. What would, what could. They'd be like, look at this. Now do you want God? Now do you want to be ruled over? Wait till what Kang the Conqueror getting ready to start showing people. Intelligence rules over all. Kang the Conqueror is a type of intelligence. One of the Reed Richards from another life, another equation, has many variants of himself. They call him he who remains. How you gonna remain and everybody else ain't? He understood, even though he remained, he was the one that had to remain so that he can watch over everything else, which makes him like that architect character in the Matrix 2. Somebody that is sitting right there watching everything play out because they're the grand architect of the design of how it plays out. No. If you're looking for one dude to be that guy or one woman to be that woman, no. You're going to be deceived. You're going to be led all over the place looking for the one. Trust me on that. People spend several lifetimes trying to find out what I'm telling you right now, which you probably heard from other different cultural perspectives of people. You probably heard it from Asians, probably heard it from Hindus. You might have heard it from the Latin perspective, but somebody told you. Shamans might have told you. Native American ancestors might have told you, but you were told. Everybody knows this. We ignore it. That's the fact of the matter. We ignore it. We don't want it to be this simple. And I would have to say the reason why I wouldn't is because I don't want to actually see the fact that my dad lived all the years he lived thinking the way he was thinking. The quality of my childhood might have been better, so I think. It could have been 10 times worse. See? But there's an equation where we can find that out because I'm the version of my father where we doing that. You see? My children get to be that version of me that wondered that equation. I'm my father to them. See, this is how it continues. There's no break in the chain link when you have offspring like that. You can keep your life going and expanding and actually guide each life thoroughly to develop and experience the way of living. But you have to know your son is you. Be like, oh, my son, he get to be himself, man. He got his own soul. Bruh, everybody's soul is part of the soul, man. The one soul. All the suns in the galaxy. We're all light in essence. So yeah, he gets to live out the individual equation. Yeah, he's a version of you. But that equation is him. So you can't selfishly say that, he don't get his own life. He does. While your dad solved an equation, a mathematical problem, he solved what he could solve. The rest of it got transferred over to his sons and his daughters. Same thing with the mother. Then they say you can't inherit the sins of the father, but it seems like people dying and inherit the sins of the father every day. That's one of them Deuteronomy scriptures. At the end of the day, it's a continuation of our energy on the planet. It keeps extending itself. If I could go into the scientific term for it, in the DNA strand, the deoxyribonucleic acid, there's telomeres that allow the DNA strands to connect to each other and keep stretching out, keep expanding. So we're a representation of that small thing on a large level, and we do it here to continue the thing from the microcosm on outward. Now, people want to know what's out there. What's out there is what's on the inside, and it will move and behave in the same patterns. It's not going, the patterns are consistent because the patterns are the only thing that make sure we're allowed to grow and learn. Because ain't no such thing as a state of perfection, because a state of perfection really is a state of hibernation. It's death. It's death. As long as you're alive, you're not alive to be perfect. You're alive to learn things for the all. As a part of the whole consciousness of the whole oneness, that's what we're alive to do. That's why so many present equations, situations, ways of life, styles of living. There's many different types of Nubian people on this planet that don't live city lives, that don't know anything about Enlil and Enki. And they black, living out in the bush. They don't even speak your language. They don't eat what you eat. They don't shop at McDonald's. They don't know none of that. But I'm sure if you gave it to them, it might turn them out. Imagine giving one of them chiefs and one of them bush billers an apple pie from McDonald's. And just watch his eyes light up the way a baby's eyes light up when you give him a sucker.
Right,
like,
right.
what is it? The chief will be like, more, please. And if you tell him no, he'll get his spear out on you. Like, oh man, we're gonna kill you for these. Where you got these at? You don't know how valuable some stuff is until somebody ain't never had it. Like, these motherfuckers killed me over a pack of bubble gum. Yeah, bro. You shouldn't have brought that shit out there to the bush, corrupting their way of life like that. You got what you damn well deserve. Little do you know, you wasn't supposed to be introducing them to that hyper energy of sugar that's got chemicals in it that your body had plenty of time to adapt to because you grew up in the city amongst all the toxins. This person didn't. That's why babies freak out. You better be glad that child is just a baby when they crying. That's the scenario I'm bringing forth. They give you these quotes. You can't take candy from, or it's like taking candy from a baby, or you shouldn't take candy from a baby, or give them some candy and just snatch it. You shouldn't, because they're gonna turn up. This is the same thing that's happening when you take Enki and Enlil or Jesus and you take God and the devil from people. You took their candy. They're gonna turn up. Who are you to take my candy from me that I've been sucking on all this life?
Hey, can I add something right there?
Oh yeah, you can add anything, bro.
The thing is, man, like I say, we don't want no beef. Jake, y'all cool, man. We wrestle with you. You wrestle with us long enough, so we'll bless you. We'll bless you, man. Your new name is no longer Nathan Yaku. It's now Nathan Israel. You wrestle with an angel of the Lord. He wrestled with the angel of the Lord till he said you gonna bless him. He keep coming in the comment. You gonna bless me. Keep on dropping comments. You gonna bless me. He wrestling with us. This is his story with it. He wrestled with us. And so, all right, finally, we'll give you your name. Is Yaku. Your new name is Israel. Hey, and we don't want no beef with your God. We know how he is. He'll hard the nigga heart. And then punish him after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Don't want to give that. We know how your God is, my nigga. So hey, you can lie to us. You can lie to us, and your God will punish us for believing your lie. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They did Abraham did the Pharaoh like that. Abraham told the Pharaoh, that wasn't my wife, but it was his wife, but it was his sister too, but it wasn't my wife. And his God Enlil, Yahweh, punished Pharaoh. So, hey, man, we ain't got no beef with your God. Your God crazy, man. We don't got your God mess some nigga up, man. Your God will blow a whole city up in one glance.
And man, Black Adam can too.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hey, man, look. Hey, these brothers, look. Hey, I'm not arguing with that brother. I love him, man. So I hope you understand. This is how I express my love, man, with truth and honesty.
Yeah.
Don't be mad at us, brother. You free to be.
Yeah, free to be. Like we ain't forcing nobody.
I remember you taught me that, that phrase.
Yeah,
you free to be. I like the way it sounds. Got a good ring to it.
Yeah, you free to be, man, because like I said, can't nobody, if somebody coming and they trying to scare you into what they believe, that's automatic red flag. If you telling me
automatic,
that's the end of I'm telling you, it's gonna be too late. You ain't no negotiations, I'm telling you, you better get down with this God with Enlil, or you better sign this contract and say you a Hebrew, because if you don't, I'm telling you, I'm warning you. See, they gonna do all that. That's automatic fear. That ain't how we move, and that ain't how we move for millions of years before this shit came on the planet. We move the divine spirit, divine wind energy, divine mother of nature. We ain't know nothing about none of that shit they talking. We ain't know nothing about no Bible until just recently. Like, I'm talking about less than a couple of 100 years ago. We ain't know nothing about no Bible. 400 years ago, we ain't know nothing about no Bible. So who are y'all? It seems like when your Bible came is when the trouble came.
Yep.
When the Quran came and the Bible and all these books where they said this is the ultimate belief system, or this is the ultimate train of thought, and if you go outside this train of thought, you're a devil and you going to hell. And we got it. God gonna man, he gonna pitchfork you and he gonna be poking you in a hot place and all this shit. Man, that sound like some fucking high level witchcraft right there to me.
Yeah, it is, bro. It's carnivorous, high level witchcraft, which is designed. It's probably designed, and I'm gonna say this out of my intellect, to damage a person's perception, your sight of things, your insight. That's what I think it's designed to do, which makes it powerful witchcraft because it changes your perception on existence. It makes you think the unseen force that controls everything has a vendetta, has an agenda. It doesn't. Not like you think. So that's what keeps these people going. To me, I think that they want to know, is it watching me? Is it going to judge me? Yeah. What do you mean? You know how it judges you and watches you? Through the eyes and mouths of other people. That's how. When somebody talk mess to you, they're judging you. That's the wind judging you. Through them. Through their perception. They're one of the many equations down here that don't like what you're doing. They got their equation. They want that equation to be fulfilled. And some of them are so egotistically obsessed with power that they'll shed a lot of blood to establish that authority. And that's why I say they're like, tigers and lions and Komodo dragons, these people's personality. They'll kill anybody that gets in their way just to prove that their God is real, when actually they're the God. Because in order for you to make me feel that your God is real, you got to go through the extent of stabbing me. Violence was the only way for your God to prove himself to be real.
Hey, go ahead, get him.
That's what I mean. Logical thinking allows me to step outside of the realm of fanaticism and check myself. It's not a lot of people that check themselves because what they perceive and see in the mind is very real where it is. But you got to leave it there, because if you open a doorway for it to come into the third, see, it came through your doorway. We the ones running around here getting diagnosed with schizos. We got to quit letting things come in through the doorway from a toxic realm of whatever you might have eaten, something you might have saw on TV, something you might have heard on the radio, something you might have heard your pastor say at church or your teacher say at school. It affects you. The vibration of it affects you. And you got to be strong enough to sift and filter through that toxic idea, that toxic thought, something you caught whiff of in the airwaves. A lot of sisters are sensitive to it. That's why they become tarot card readers so fast. That's the best way for anybody to do it, not seem crazy. Because they definitely let the wind, they call it the spirit or the spirits or the angels, or they use different terms, but they're in tune with it and they recognize it and they don't ignore it. Pastors be calling them witches, sorcerers. Don't go see them people, they are the devil. Why? Because they take money from the pastor. That's why. That's why they the devil.
They're not he a wizard his damn self.
Exactly. He has a way of doing what they're doing. He just uses scripture. That's all. Scripture is a type of divination, tactic or skill, where I would shuffle the cards or roll the dice in a deck, right? And then read the dice or shake up some sticks or bones or rocks or stones and put them down on the table. And then with my wind connection, see, I'll begin to read the pattern or the symbolism right before me and interpret what it means, what it represents. Through practice and through also initiation of others that have been doing it for years, they help guide you, your inner eye, to showing you what certain things start out as representing before you can add on to the meaning of those things. Then you can tell somebody about their life. But you have to get information first from them. Name, age, sometimes birth date. Your knowledge of numerology comes into play. A lot of things help you. Your knowledge and wisdom helps you help this person. That's what they call in witchcraft in most cases. But you can get a person to actually see your point of view and your perspective of talking to the wind when you show them the professions that use the same method that I use. Those are the professions. Your pastor is linked to it. He's just not going to tell you because you feed his family. There's nothing wrong with you helping him feed his family. All I'm saying is make it work for the whole community if you can. Everybody at your church should be fed. Everybody should be making sure they're not just fed, but everybody got homes. If they don't have homes, then you as a pastor are failing them. You're the only one that got a home. You got some people living in apartments, they got roaches and stuff, and they coming down there paying tithes to your church. Be a real God for them. You see, go get some land for them. Be the God that you preach about. Damn. That's what you got to do. These dudes don't want to do it, you know, but these people depend on you because there are weaker energies out here that are trying to get strong. Then they're going up in church and you got them, you know, flopping all over the place and acting a fool, and you being a pastor and you ain't going to correct them. Because the pastors be up here acting a fool too. They'll let anybody get up here in the pulpit and profess their love for God, no matter how retarded it sounds. They don't care. Go ahead, baby, let your spirit out. I mean, you know, I done lived it. I've been in there. Hey. I done had my foot stumped on by a high hill more than 10 times in church service. by somebody that caught the spirit. I wanted to meet that spirit so I can beat that spirit's ass. Because I was like, why the hell I got to be in pain? Because she caught the spirit. One time my beloved grandmother jumped up, man, and backhanded me on accident. I don't know if it was on purpose or whatever, but damn it, I wasn't cutting up that day. Spirit caught her.
And she backhand you.
Backhand me. I'm like, what? This kind of madness is what's going on. Instead of Black people actually being able to rise out of the gutters of society and establish our own, not just way of thinking, but our own law, our own police force, our own money, our own job systems, our own education. And we can't start off nowhere but chemistry and stuff first, because anytime anybody has ever tried to get some land and stuff, have women move on the land, the women got to keep going into the stores to get the hygiene products. If you have chemists on the land and engineers and things of that nature, then you got a biochemical engineer on the land. They can make a holistic tampon for the sisters. You know what I mean? They won't get infections and things. You got to worry about the health, the well-being of the people. You can't be, you can't help them with their well-being if you just are religious. You got to be scientific in order to run a nation, man. We cannot run a nation on God. And then what the young ones say, on God, I was about to do this. On God, we can't run a nation on God, y'all. We can run a nation as long as the wind keeps feeding us oxygen. We can do it. As long as we having babies, we can get smarter and smarter, in a sense where the negative is going to challenge us. Black people are already some of the most talented, the most brilliant people on the face of the planet, bar none, simply because of the infusion of soul we had. We so hot and burnt up by law of natural gases that we're infused with intelligence. There's a lot of it is just ingrained in us, waiting to come out. But fear got a heck of a jar lid on that mother. Right. The jar lid is on so tight, man. For real. They got us capped in, man. That's why me and Young Elder came up with cap twisters a while ago, because we had to open that jar up, man.
Yeah,
and open it up. Niggas like they had their head sealed shut in books. That's just part of your journey, man. The second dimension on the way up to the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. When you start getting into the singular levels of gases and electricity, when nothing can touch you, pure energy is one of our states of existence. So you can affect a lot of things when you become pure energy. You're literally the lightning then on this plane of existence. So when you see lightning, you're looking at somebody or some beings working together to generate enough of it. They're doing it together though, on a particle level. It don't always have to be rain. It's electrical storms going up right now because they're polluting the air so much up there that on the elemental level, they got to clean it through electromagnetic storms by burning it up. A lot of the gases that they're mixing up there with other gases is causing electrical sparks and stuff, explosions. This is what a lot of people don't understand. They're mixing gas chemistry right now. And in order to do that, to change the degrees and temperatures of where these Caucasians need to thrive and survive at, but they're doing it for survival. They don't do it because they hate people. They do it because they want to live.
Right.
Lions and tigers don't eat animals because they hate them. They don't. They gotta live. Yeah. So at this point, if people don't understand to be one with nature and go with the flow of nature, quit trying to change it. Change yourself to go with whatever it is in the particular times. I know daggone well, I don't want to be homosexual. I'm gonna go the other way. I didn't grow up in that time period, that era.
Right.
I don't condone it. I teach my children that I don't want my offspring going that way, and then I teach them why. I don't say it's because I hate them. They're human beings too. They exist too. But I don't want my bloodline cut off by way of my son saying, I'm not going to have no more children. He going to adopt. That means I got to bring another bloodline into the family way. But who's going to procreate with that bloodline to tie it into our vine? Who? People got to quit thinking so selfish, man. I think it's selfish to want to live that way. I don't want to procreate. Somebody let you in. You was born. Just think if somebody closed the gates and was like, you know what? I'm going to live my life single and I ain't going to have no kids. That is a selfish, universally selfish decision. I don't give a damn if you want to be homosexual or not. You better procreate the natural way. Most of the people that are, I sympathize because they hurt. They scarred people. They didn't deserve what happened to them to make them feel that way about themselves. They weren't protected. So that kind of stuff happens. And I don't condone that to happen to nobody. Nobody being beat, nobody being abused, raped, molested, any other magical word you can come up with to describe pain. Because that's all they are. Pain, 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 and pain is what I just said.
Hey.
Hurt people, hurt people. That's a science to that. No matter how the hurt comes. Because it's a transference of negative energy. Do you want the person to be warm? Or you want them to be cold-hearted? All the cold-hearted people go through a lot of pain. So much so that it causes the nerve endings to be dead. And if you're not feeling no more, you become a cold-hearted, numb type of person. You're killing cold blood. They call it cold blood, not hot blood. Dude out there killing in warm blood. That don't make sense. Right. Don't sound right. You know, if you say he out there killing in cold blood, you get that right away. You know he's on a murdering spree. But if they say warm blood, they be like, man, wait a minute, what's going on? I need to go out there and see this. It's a way, right? How we talk, the words really ring out to you.
Yeah.
So it lets you know the programming, man. These spells are magnificent to me. Cause I'm like, bro, we combat each other with words all day, like sword fighting. And I be trying to tell niggas, I be like, look, bro, don't fight me, man. Hey, I'm not a sword. You a sword, I ain't. I'm a sand block. I sharpen steel in another way. You see? You can sharpen your sword on me, but I ain't gonna cut you back. That's not my way, man. Huh?
Somebody asked why you on this same subject. What is your thoughts about abortion in connection with everything you just said?
Well, abortion is just that. You know, you want to abort a person's existence. You're keeping them from coming in. You're not allowing them a full development, and you reset that entity, and that entity has to choose another host. You see, do I think it's evil? No, I don't think it's evil. It's your choice. You know, what I think about it is what I think about it. I stay out of it. I'm not a woman. Now, who am I to tell a sister, hey, you shouldn't do that? I'm a man. So if I tell you you shouldn't do it, it's only because I don't understand the pain. I would say it out of ignorance. Don't do it. I don't know why you would do it, though. Women have reasons. They justify it. You know, I was raped. I don't want to have a rapist baby. And then when she says that, I have to sympathize and go, oh, who am I to tell you to keep it? Well, at the end of the day, if it was natural selection and the wind was controlling it, I would say that there is a being that's been trying to get in for a while. Nobody was giving him an opportunity. You see? So it came in by force. When it comes in by force like that, well, he's bound to be a force on the planet, whether it's a good one or a negative or a positive one, I'm trying to say. Because not all of the babies that come from those catastrophes end up bad. Some of those children end up being messiahs to the women that got raped. So it's one of those equations that women forfeit. They go, I don't want to see how this is going to play out. They guard the gates. Remember now, they got to say so. That's their right. Men don't like it. You don't like for a woman to tell you to stop masturbating. Quit choking your tree, quit beating off, quit masturbating. Niggas be like, what? I do what I want to do. It's mine. That's the same notion they had with the gates, the fifth dimensional gates. They don't see the way I'm talking right now. They see the way any child that owns something would see it. Children always say, mine, mine. No, they don't want to share. If the body was a toy, they're saying, I'm not going to share it with that abortion. I'm not done living my life, they say. They don't understand your life is connected to everybody's life because we all breathing. So they wire abortion as bad because there's a positive side of the energy that's against it. There's a negative force of energy that says that it's necessary for whatever reasons. So it happens. It wouldn't be allowed to happen, sis. That's what I'm trying to get everybody to understand here. Understand on this. If it happens, it's allowed to happen. That's why they come up with catchphrases like, well, you know, when it's your time to go, it's your time to go. You can't stop it. That's what they're trying to say. Why is it you can't stop it? Because you can't predict everything. You got to become a master of patterns first. You do that, then you can start predicting and you become more prophet-like simply because you've mastered nature's patterns in the flow. When you master the patterns in the flow, man, you become like a god to some people because they want to know how you know these things. You be like, I just paid attention, that's all. Ain't nothing spectacular about it. I was watching, paid attention to what I needed to watch. Not everybody is looking at what they need to watch to see what I saw. The people that do, they end up being as intelligent as the mother, the chief mother that young elder is telling you about. Our Native American mothers, man, you talking about some wise women. This is the reason why they was oracles, because they were able to tell you who returned.
That's facts.
And then they would take that child and make sure that child had the memory of his other life. The mom would teach him, the grandmother, the great-grandmother. But now they got our women not wanting to be grandmothers, and then they just completely whipped the nigga's ass and took him out the house. We're going to put y'all's black men on ice real quick. We're going to freeze them in time. We ain't going to allow them to be able to rebuild civilization for at least 500 years. They couldn't do it without our sisters helping them. If you don't have those abortions, you help increase the Nubian population, sis. That's what I'm saying. Work with us. If you make a selfish decision, you're going to get an abortion. And then I have to leave it up to you to decide whether it's right or wrong. Is there any more other questions, big bro?
Yeah, hey man, it's already said, but we just booted. Had to boot Yaku off, man. So goodbye, brother. The little kids watched from the window, had your eyes popped out of your head, and your head exploded right off into space. Hey, because some people you just can't help them, man. So why you come on here if you disagree with us the whole time we talking? And we ain't saying nothing that ain't already in your book. Then you come on to this cause problems. So we ain't got no time for that. We church on the move, baby. Church on the move.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We ain't got no time for those clowns or people who still want to try to force us If you gotta force somebody to force your information on somebody, then your information is not divine. It's not true. It's not truth. You know what I'm saying? It's not love. It's not divine love. It's not divine energy. If I gotta sit there and I'm telling you, God, you better read right here. I'm saying, I'm talking about, man, you better get that. You better do it then. Yeah. I gotta do all that to make you believe it. It's an automatic game for me. It's automatic. Exhaustion. It's exhaustion for me.
You trying to deceive me then?
Yeah.
You using shadow magic on me, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Truth is simple, man. The truth is simple. It's right in front of your face. If somebody got to take you from what's right in front of your face around the block, man, be careful, man. Be on guard, because they might be leading you astray.
Man, I noticed 15 from learning from you. From that point, I'm glad. That's why I'm glad I met you when I did, and I learned how to fight these witches. Bro.
Vice versa.
I learned how to fight real. I learned that I was a wizard, and I know how to defend myself from other wizards. But when I didn't know I was a wizard, I was just getting taken advantage of with the fear spells, the Bane spell that was casting fear spells. Yeah.
Same here, brother. Yeah. That's why I despise it so much. It controlled me for 39 years. Fear. I'm 42 now. I'm not about to live in fear for the rest of my remaining years, man. I got I want to see my grandbabies. I want my children to really understand and have a good quality of living, and I don't want them to get entrapped with these fanatics out here roaming the streets, man. It means danger for my children. Just for them having a brain, being able to think independently without a program. They don't like that. How you escape going through Nation of Islam? But like, I didn't escape it. I never jumped in so deep to where I had to escape anything. I just admired the Nation of Islam from where I was. I respect it. It's a discipline, man. Some brothers really need it. Some of the Hebrews really need that. Some of the Christians, they really need that. Like my father, he told me he really needed it. Because I told him he would be fine without it. But Dad, he was like, nah, son, nah, I need this. Which means he knew something about himself I didn't know. See? So he was using it as a crutch, because that's what he needed, man. I'm gonna tell you right now, I learned how to stand on my own. Whatever consequences come my way, come by way of my decisions. I own that. I accept that. So I really watch, and I really am cautious and pay attention to my decision making. And a lot of times I do get excited and make irrational decisions. And then I have to catch myself. But if something happens bad out of it or negative, I also accept that and go, you know what? I shouldn't have made that decision. I'm not going to go on a killing spree and get mad at everybody else for it. That's childish. I'm not childish in the galaxy. We're mature energy in the galaxy. So we don't see the way your average pastor that has to stand on the back of the pews to teach his lesson, his sermon and stuff, I don't have to wear gaiters and suits with alluring ties, hats, and walk up in the pulpit, which is the stage, and spit and yell and and sing and get you all spiritually riled up with your energy, and then pass the plate around. That's what they need to call him, Pastor Plate. They already got a Creflo Dollar. They need a pastor plate. That's what we're gonna call it. Hey, I'm gonna do a skit on my comedy show called Pastor Plate.
Yeah, it's fire.
Dressed out. I'm definitely gonna do it now. Watch. Wait till y'all see my Hebrew Israelite costume.
Yeah, it's gonna be fire.
I hope they don't look. These niggas start coming for me on some physical stuff, man. Listen, man. I already told y'all. If I don't fear death, I'm not afraid to take a life either.
Right.
Okay.
Hey, you gonna do the one on the corner joint, like oh yeah, that joint gonna be hot.
I'm gonna do something more weird than that first. Like I'm gonna build up my audience, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a surprise literally. Cause the concepts that I have come straight from the wind. You know, they try to teach me how to approach this to where I don't have an abundance of ghouls chasing me. Cause this, you know, fanatics can be like, oh my goodness, like demons.
Yeah.
They'll hunt you down. You know how mad I'd be if motherfucker, excuse my language, a person to travel 200 or 2,000 miles, 3,000, 4,000 miles just to kill me?
Yeah.
And you couldn't just travel 3,000 miles to come give me a hug, show me some love?
Yeah.
Love don't motivate you, but killing me did. Like, you gotta check yourself, man.
What kind of world is this?
Bro?
What kind of world?
Negative ass people, brother. They don't have no feeling left for humanity, for existence, man. Their electricity thing, they're going all the way out their brain, man. They zombies. And somebody, I mean, you know, send them on a mission. You know, every fiend is on a mission. Fiends stay on a mission. Fiend is always trying to get his next fix. So a fiend is the worst kind of demon to use. A fiend, anybody that's addicted to a substance can be controlled. The substance itself is already controlling them. They're already possessed, meaning the substance owns them, runs their lives, dictates how they move. Person ain't had a hit of no ice in them. Wow. You can talk him into shooting somebody. Talk him right into it. The wizard you send him after got to be a craftsman at talking him out of it. The warlock sent him after you. The warlock is an instigator, a promoter. So he's going to promote violence and he's going to instigate it. He's going to fan the flames until everything burns down. He don't want the fire stabilized and warm. He don't want it to just be a campfire or a grill oven fire or something like that. No, nothing's sustainable. I want this to burn the house down, says the warlock. We're all using the magic of the vibration of words, though, to move people. They use it in a negative way. We use it in a peaceful, positive way, and we use wise words to get people to think. Be witty. Witty, wit, witch. Wit is wisdom, right? Witty, wisdom, sharpness, being sharp, quick with your thinking. So when you put W-I-T right there in the witch word, you're saying that witches are wise people. W-I-T is right there, wit, wisdom.
Right.
That's what it is. So a witch is a wise person that makes wise choices. They know which choice to choose or which choice to make. It's not a confusion process. They're past the state of confusion. That was trials and tribulations. We go through that as children growing up. You learn what's hot when you're young. You learn what's cold when you're young. Those of us experience frostbite and also experience getting burnt. Some people don't make it out of those learning experiences alive. You know how many people's children boiled in a hot bathtub? Babies? Because somebody was doing too much? You know, and I sympathize because the sisters and the men that lose the children at that age is traumatic. They don't think that that baby coming back, you know, the essence of the child. It haunts them in their memories because of the regret that came from the neglect to make a good choice and not leave the room unattended with the water running. And you thought it was going to be fast. I'll be right back. It's just going to take 30 seconds. Well, that's all it takes for your baby to drown in a hot tub. That's all it takes, 30 seconds. It takes less seconds than that for a baby because a baby is going to inhale the water, flood the lungs. Ones that don't know And then babies also have a natural inclination to hold their breath when they go underwater too. So it just depends on what type of genes you're dealing with. Whose baby is it? Whose genes? What was the chemistry mix between her and the man? How intelligent is the baby? Naturally, if the baby's an old soul, well, they might just naturally hold their breath. Who knows? These are just theories that I'm giving. I'm presenting theories. But this stuff happens. Babies die at a very early age. And if you're somebody that believes in good and evil and God and the devil, that's going to fuck with you. You can't let that go. You're not going to be able to get past it. It ruins people's whole existences because they're magnetically pulled into a negative memory. And you'll wander off into the abyss, an abyss of thought. You won't be able to bounce back. Fall off the deep end. And if you're Black and you die on that note, you might come back a Caucasian because you didn't fail ice cold in the spectrum, in degrees and temperature. Your love is gone. You can't let it go. If you do, well, your chances of being born into your Black family and then you coming out albino. That happened to you, and you'll be like, man, what? I can't even go outside. Albinos have it worse than Caucasians because they're pure Caucasians. The other Caucasians have been mixed,
right,
intertwined in the vine over and over, in and out, weaving themselves in and out. So they got some type of an immunity, but not enough to be totally resistant. So they still need us. They still need our blood. They still need our DNA. They still need to run tests and run experiments. And we, in our state of ignorance, still need them to do it until we learn to be one with nature again and learn to go to the trees, learn to be chemists again. And then the herbs are for the healing of the nations. Dr. Sebi reminded us that's all throughout the Christian's Bible. It's also herbs for the healing of nations and other holy books because it's not a holy thing. It's wisdom. It's wisdom. It's just wisdom. It's not magical. Well, I guess wisdom is magical. Yes, it is because it can solve problems. Wisdom helps makes people's lives easier. We talked about the visor, the vizier, the supervisor, which is the wiser. Whoever's the wiser or wisest amongst you can only help the king or the emperor make a decision. Emperor ain't about to call the court jester in there to help him make a decision. He want the vizier because the vizier is a chemist. He's a botanist. He's a doctor. I mean, he's a well-learned man. He knows so many different crafts. With the king having him next to him, he's surely guaranteed a long life. Because the wizard is going to make sure he's right there. You sick? I got you. I'm going to go to my herb cabinet. I'll make up this tincture real quick. We have you back in no time. This is what helped the kings live long. Somebody there to help them make wise decisions. If they wanted to win battle, well, the wizards, they came up with a game called chess. It wasn't always called chess, but it's a game of strategy and wisdom, choice making. When they came up with this game, it would help a lot of kings develop strategy before they even went into battle, thanks to the wiser or the wisest amongst them, the wizard. And we was called that back then. Then later on down the line, we end up becoming businessmen. Later on. So don't make no mistake about it. Every wizard knows how to be wise enough to make a living. Look at the jobs out here that wizards have. One of them is psychiatry. That's a wizard's job. That's a sorcerer's job. You got to get deep into the programming of a person's psyche. And then they also say psych when they take something back from you too. When you was a kid, did you give something to somebody to take it back? Go psych when you was just joking? Because you're tricking the mind. Psych, psyche, mind, brain, program, same thing. These are wizard crafts helping somebody get over a mental illness. You know how many wizards had to sit with mentally ill people back in ancient times and help them figure it out? This stuff ain't new. The
Right.
English language might be, wearing the style of clothes we wear, tennis shoes might be new, but wearing something on our feet ain't. We don't like running on rocks. Rocks pierce the soul. So we had to create a different type of sole. The rubber sole is not necessarily needed because it disconnects your electrical current from the ground to your feet. The electrical current from the planet is supposed to feed you energy, while you also get energy from the air that you breathe in, the electrical current, and the sun. We also drink water. So many sources of energy going inside you just to keep you moving. We're a part of everything, and everything's a part of us. This has to be known knowledge. This is not fascinating knowledge. This should be known knowledge. It should be taught in elementary school.
Indeed.
In fact, it is. We just learn to forget. There's other programs that override the simplicity of science that you learn in elementary school. Because in science, in elementary school, they're teaching you exactly what I'm talking about. They might not go into all of the labels and names that I can name, but those are other books. Those are other languages, other spells that other people have casted. People that lay claim to discovery, put their name in the discovery. Therefore, what you'll call a disease would be named after the person that spotted it first. The wizard itself. So if there's a wizard that discovered an illness in somebody that they'd never seen before, they'll give it a name. They have to name it. If they don't name it, you can't track it. You'll lose it. You'll forget about what it was that lady had or that man had because you didn't call it nothing. So you got to label it. The name is the label. That's how you recognize it then. What it does is supposed to be in the name of it. I got a medical book at the crib with the words that they, the doctors learn and stuff. I mean, I told you about my wife and her job and what she did, right? So we got that book on tab. I'm going to that book and I'm finding out what words like itis mean. ITIS. Inflammation.
Yeah,
So
I took any terms in college. I'm right with you.
Yeah, you know it. You know it. All of the spells that are in the words that describe the conditions. A wizard can look at that word, one that's learned on the language of the craft, knows exactly what the word means and will address it.
Yeah, like
versus
torso, album.
Yeah.
They talking Greek. You know what I'm saying? Greek.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Go ahead. My bad.
You good, brother. Your input is needed. So yeah, man, your anatomy books. I got an anatomy book. It's one of those big ones, that opens up real large with poster-sized bodies in it. But I'm able to see all of the systems within the body so that I know where pain could be coming from. If it's my own children, and they might be like, "Dad, I got pain right here." I can go to my anatomy book and show them what organ it is. And then I can help them address it, and then we can find out what herb that's compatible with that organ.
That's how we did it, right? That's how we did it on the land before hospitals. We didn't have no hospitals.
We didn't need it. We was being hospitable to people everywhere, not in one place.
They probably went over the head.
Yeah, because that's what people go to the hospital for. So while you're dying, you can be treated nice in a lap of luxury with a remote and a TV right there and a bed that inclines to the back and sit up and stuff like
Hey, right, why you got diabetes? Hey, why you got diabetes and they ain't that treating you for diabetes, and then they bringing you lunch and it's mashed potatoes and gravy and
Right. Starch.
and and sugar jello, and they said, and they come back and, oh, we gotta check your sugar. They check your sugar and they say, oh yeah, well, your sugar so did go high. We don't know what's going on. We can't control it. You dumb mother, man. Hey, I'm telling you, man, they will murder you in the name
Oh man.
in the name of practice.
Yeah, in the name of practice, which is nothing but experimentation on you and me.
Yeah.
Hey.
Craft. Practicing is a form of witchcraft. It's you practicing your craft. They practicing a craft on your ass.
That's right. And they got good at it too. They some of the best surgeons out there now. And you think about it, they learn how to cut you open and sew you back up real good.
Yes, sir.
You know, they good at that, man. White people, Caucasians are good at preserving people. They're good at putting you on ice. You want to stay in that body a little longer? Well, they got other body parts they can attach to you to help you stay in it. You want to stay here longer? Fine. That's what they do. Black people, we're going to help you burn it out. We're going to purify you. See? Niggas is going to burn you up in a spiritual sense. We're going to make you work out. We're going to make you exercise. We're going to make you change your nutritional plan, which is what you're going to hate. So there's going to be a fire in you at that moment. But you got to get rid of the desire. We try to keep people going in the flow of positive, positive flow of going with the grain of nature, not against the grain. Therefore, you can maintain your youth for as long as you can by going with the elements. You're not going to let your body dry out because you know you got to keep the water content up. You're not running around drinking pops going, I hate water. Because when you say that around a black person with any type of natural intelligence is going to tell you, food, water is in everything. So if you hate water, quit drinking pop too. Dummy. All these people thinking they making smart choices. I like taste. I like flavor. Water don't taste like nothing. But like, bruh, stop drinking pop and juice, and then you'll taste the difference in the waters. You need to restore and reset your senses. People don't like to do that. They just keep going and going and going and going, and they drive right off the cliff because they don't know where the cliff is, which is the ledge. Henceforth, the word knowledge exists because a lot of people are stupid. They drive off the cliff and don't know the ledge.
Oh shit, I know where I'm going. Hey, you tell them, hey man, you stop them, yeah, nigga. You stand on the road, nigga driving down the road, right? You know it's a cliff at the end. You flag him down. Hey man, nigga tell flag a nigga down, right? Nigga flag him down. Hey man, you know it's you go off a cliff down here. I don't give a damn. I know what I'm doing. Hey man, it's a long way down too. It's a long way down. I don't give a
It's a long
I'm
the coyote niggas.
Yeah. Nigga, man, I'm telling
Acme. You. Them Acme Wile E. Coyote cartoon ass niggas.
That's right. Hey, Tony told me, man, he taught me a lesson. He said, it's some niggas out here like this, man. You gonna run into these niggas. It don't matter how much you make sense to them. How much you to make sense. They just ain't gonna get it. So you gotta realize when you're dealing with a person like that, and you gotta just move on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? They just ain't gonna get it. It can be simple as hold your hand out, and then you smack them in their take a shit in their hand, and then you say, "Hey, smell it." You smell it. They make a face, but you say, "Oh, what that did that smell like shit?" Oh no, that ain't shit there. I don't believe you. I can't believe it. Yeah, shit in my head. I don't believe it. They ain't gonna believe it. If you took a shit in their hand, they still ain't gonna believe it.
Or they'll do this to you, big bro. Yeah. That ain't shit. That's guano. Like, bro, that's just another name for shit. That ain't shit. That's manure. Bro, that's just another name for shit. They'll argue with you over the differences of the spell. Craziness.
Yeah, man.
I had a family member arguing with me over the two words. truth and fact. And he pissed me off. And I don't usually ever get out of my hookup. Only a relative could push buttons like that, man. And it was so thick-headed. You know, when people be drunk and stuff, they be thick-headed, man. I was just pleading with him, like, please listen to me. We're saying the same thing. You want to argue over the words?
Yeah.
That's not fact. That's truth. Truth and fact, two different things. You're crazy. No, they're not. They go hand in hand. You can't have truth without facts to prove your truth most cases. Otherwise, your truth is just truth to you. Facts help you prove truth or put truth in action, in motion. So without the facts, ain't no truth moving.
That's right.
I'm sorry.
That's right. That but another perspective on it is, like he was right and you was right. To me, from my perspective, one perspective is facts. In order to verify facts, like you said, it got to be truth. It got to be a truth. But then that fact could change. A fact could change. Like it's a fact right now that we on live, and then we're gonna be off live in the next couple minutes. So that fact gonna change that we on live. So I see what he was trying to say probably, but you was right too though. You right too because it got to be fact truth in order for it to be fact. You know what I'm saying? So I think both of y'all was right.
Yeah, I was just trying to tell the brother that you can't calculate truth without facts.
It's a fact. That's a fact.
Damn. I think the words, they probably came one after the other, like they followed each other. There's many words to represent your point, so right. You 100%. I don't think he was wrong. I was just trying to tell him that I agreed with him.
Yeah.
But he wasn't trying to hear it. He was fighting me. Yeah.
Reasoning with him.
He wasn't. I couldn't agree with him. I couldn't even agree with the nigga. I said, Dan, you want to fight that bad? This is what people want to argue. Like arguing is just ingrained in some people, man. They like it. They feed off of it.
You may, I pissed a lot of people off since you taught me that circumology, man. I went on a dude's show, and the dude, even the crowd, the audience got mad because I kept on agreeing with the dude. I'm like, oh yeah, you got your perspective. I like your perspective. Oh, why don't he fight him? Why don't he attack him? Why is he studying agreeing with him? Why we want to see a fight? We want to see some blood. We want to see. It's the fucking people, man. The people want to see a fight. They don't want to see you agree with somebody and be on the same level with somebody. They want to say if you ain't punching them in the mouth, then you ain't talking about nothing. You want to see somebody get their teeth knocked out verbally.
Right.
They don't want to, man. It's a sickness. It's a fucking sickness, man.
And I wonder who we learned it from. The cold degrees mentality, man.
Go ahead.
Blood sport. Remember that? The Kumite, blood sport. Now we got MMA. Remember how MMA was when it first started? When one dude had to fight 2-3 dudes in one night? Man, it was the blood sport, man. We have learned to keep a portion of our wild nature embedded in our daily operations. This is why it's so important to exercise, man. Remember, I keep saying this, exercise is what exorcism is.
Facts.
If you make them think or have you thinking that exorcism is them throwing holy water on you and speaking Latin and praying, then they done got you. Okay? That's theatrics. That's all a part of the act. That's the play. Real exorcism takes place when you heat the body's temperature up, open up the pores of the body, and allow for a flow of energy to go in and out of you to clean and filter the body. You clean it out through a purification process. Exorcism will keep demons out of you. For religious people that want to call toxic or toxicity demons, it will keep toxins out of your body. Exercise, okay? Eating right, drinking water so that the blood can carry a sufficient amount of electrical current through the body. If you don't get enough water, it's going to be hard for you to heal. Your immune system will be down. All that acid in there, it's got to be turned into some type of alkaline substance. If it's the acid is not being turned into alkalinity, then the body is not getting any electrical charge from the food or the water or whatever it is you're drinking. We just got to know the body more. We have to know ourselves. You get to know the trees and the vegetation, plant life. Certain sisters got a green thumb. Certain men got a green thumb. Those men and sisters that had that green thumb, well, y'all represent the gods of old that we were told about. See, like Geb, like Asar. You know, certain people knew how to plant crops very easily. They knew when the tide was coming in, meaning the flood, when the waters was going to rise in the Nile, when to move back. If we didn't have these wizards around us then, these gods that were labeled as gods then, labeled as Ennead, labeled as Agdad or Agduad, we were labeled as these things because of our wisdom, man. We were able to lead our people because we let the wind lead us. We observed nature and learned through observation. Dung beetle. Look at the dung beetle. The scarab dung beetle. We call it a scarab beetle. But its back and the way its body is designed is the way the top of your brain is designed. If they cut open your skull, peel back your lid, it's designed that way. Like a beetle. Now we watched that moving the dung and putting what? Its eggs in the doo-doo. Mm-hmm. Making the connection to us that doo-doo and earth is the same thing. We figured it out way back then. The wind been guiding us. We started letting men guide us, then we lost our wind guide.
Oh,
I think that's what it meant when it said, you know, in the Bible. That I think that's what they was hinting at. You know, when we stop letting the nature guide us, the wind, we stop being led by, you know, discernment, perception, things of that nature. We stopped being led by it. We started having to be led by men that had the gift because everybody didn't acquire the gift anymore. Then man began to call upon the name of the Lord.
Get him.
Your lack of understanding of how to move about on this planet requires you to have a guide. See? A guide, a handler, like any other mentally ill person walking around at the fair. You'd be like, boy, where your mama? You know he mentally ill. He should be by himself. Where's his mama? Where's his guide? We didn't always need guides. For real. A lot of children were abandoned and they were fine. Why? Because nature navigates you and takes care of you too. Otherwise, it would never be no story of any boys being raised by wolves. Why didn't the wolves eat them? Stuff like that is occurring out here. The wild, we could be raised in the wild. We were. There's hints at it all the time. You know what I call a turkey?
What?
And I ain't talking about a jive turkey. I'm talking about a real live turkey. It's an intelligent species, you know? It's intelligent. Remember I told you how they give birth?
Go ahead.
They lay their eggs in a mound of sticks and leaves, and they bury it. And then the mom and dad go about their business. And those eggs hatch. Those turkeys come out of there knowing exactly what to eat. How? It's programmed in the cell, man. It's programmed in the microcosm. They're growing from the microcosm into this cosmos, knowing that consumption is needed, but they know exactly what to eat though.
That's a good look, man.
And their parents ain't around to feed them, and they survive. So there's a lot of things that show you in nature. Nature has always taken care of us. Remember, I told you there's a tribe over there in the motherland that can eat mosquitoes and survive. How you live off mosquitoes?
Yeah, right. That's man.
Cats be trying to tell us that you got to eat like this to live. I'm like, man, get out of here. Do you know what we are? Air eats everything. Now, I'm not trying to tell them about God there, start drinking shots of bleach. Please don't. And don't come back over here talking about some, 15 said. No, I didn't. I'm hoping you're intelligent enough to perceive what I'm saying. Don't go out there eating bugs unless you want to live like that. It's people that can eat certain types of cockroaches. They can eat certain grasshoppers, locusts, and things like that. Certain types of spiders that get eaten by certain people as delicacies. People eat everything, man. Everything, man. And it's amazing that they can still breathe and walk around. What are you in nature that allows your stomach acids to dissolve everything? Like a buzzard. You see, a buzzard, a vulture. They got stomach acids that can dissolve bone, rocks, stones. There's some people around here that are like buzzards, crows. They're like raccoons, dogs, and cats. They're designed to eat flesh. And they can't eat anything else. They're not happy without their meat. They go crazy without it, and they're extra weak without it. They feel sick when they don't eat meat. Because they're humans, but they're carnivores. They're carnivorous. And then without a healthy dosage of meat to hunt, they'll eat you. Because at that moment, they'll understand flesh is flesh, and I got to eat. And you just happen to be sitting in here drinking this beer with me. I want to eat you. Jeffrey Dahmer had niggas up in the fridge. Trust me, it kicks in. We're so removed from nature that we think that it's not possible for a man to go back to that type of carnivorous lifestyle. But it is. We're trying to correct it and change it with all these different disciplines, different religions, the prison system, the police system, the military. We're trying to contain it, whatever it is. I'm talking about humans as a whole, we're trying to. Because everybody ain't built like that for blood. Everybody ain't built to stab somebody with a knife. You don't know how that feels. I mean, because you feel it too. They feel it, you feel it. You feel the other spectrum of it. They feel another spark. They feel the pain. You feel the feeling of the knife going in, hitting the bone, sliding out, the noise it makes. All of that sticks with you. It sticks with you. It don't go nowhere. It's part of the memory. Part of the experiment too, the experience. That's why I tell people, if you're not a violent person, you probably shouldn't be talking trash to a violent person. Because once you've done something once, by nature, through repetition, it gets easier to do. Don't weightlifting teach you that? Don't push-ups teach you that? Why would it be different any other way? People kill me trying to separate it. Reps make everything better. Everything. You want to get stronger at something? Increase your reps. Repeat. That's what I'm saying. Repeat. How many times does the wind have to blow through or over the planet in the direction it's blowing for it to be enough static electricity from it going a different direction than the surface and generating enough static electricity to cause a thunder or cause a lightning, cause a rainstorm. Without that friction, we wouldn't have storms. The fight, me and Young Elder, we're wizards. We use wise words. Somebody wants to fight, we use wisdom. I'm not going to fight you because I don't have to. We both win if we don't fight. Think about it. If we fight, somebody has to lose. The person that loses is learning a lesson. The person that wins is teaching one.
Hey, well put.
That's how it's supposed to be anyway, till niggas start killing you. Play for keeps, he done beat my ass. You ain't just gonna beat me in front of my wife and kids. I'm gonna kill this nigga. Don't ever beat a man in front of his wife and children. Unless you're gonna take him out the game.
That's real talk.
For real. You done ruined it. His whole image of, come on, you can't do that to a man. Or any other being for that matter. You got to kill him. Because if you don't, he died anyway. His wife ain't gonna let him live it down. She now sees that he can't protect her. So now she's looking for her great escape. I gotta get away from this nigga. He just got his ass smashed out. And all this dude did was call me a bitch. He called me a bitch. I looked at my husband. My husband jumped into action. He got smashed out. I need another man. I need somebody that can protect me. And then you wonder why she's with the dude. Next time you see her after she got away from you, she was some dude with tattoos and trapezius muscles.
Right.
You're like, dang, I can't even get back with her if I wanted to. This dude has smashed me out. And if you let it affect you to the point to where it makes you cold, man, you'll become a thug yourself. You get involved. You go, this is what women want. I want women to the degree that it changed me this way. When really he just went for the wrong woman. There's some humble women out here that can't stand that type of lifestyle. They want the peace. Just got to find them. That energy exists in feminine form. Man's form is more chaotic because we, like electrical, we got to move. We got to be on the move. A woman's energy is magnetic. It draws in the electricity. Magnetism drains electricity. It absorbs it. So we come in, we move around the house, we got to leave, go to work, come back, and then make babies all in the same process. She got to cook, clean, and take care of what babies we do have. Make sure you're nurtured, your nutrients is on par. These roles of positive and negative positions are all good to me. When it comes to the family, you got to teach your son how to, man, you got to teach him everything. I had to teach my son how to slow down when he was drinking water as a baby, because every time he drunk it, he choked on it. I said, boy, you're drinking too fast. Slow down. Because that milk is all thick, you know? That milk is thick. It's fulfilling. It quenches it fulfills their gut and stuff. It lays all heavy. And after they get done drinking that milk, babies be looking like they drunk in a motherfucker. Ready to take a nap now, ain't you, huh, boy? You pick him up, pat him to get the what out of him? The gas. He burps, he's relieved. Now he's ready to take a nap. The itis to set in, inflammation.
Yeah.
The digestive process takes all his energy from him as a baby. But when you get grown, you can still sustain moving on stored energy, even though the body's digested. But I tell all of my people, when I'm training them, don't eat before you come to train with me. You fuck around and be throwing it up by the end of practice. And you'll be, hell, you don't eat, didn't I? I gotta eat something. I'm like, yeah, water. That ain't eating. I'll be like, yeah, it is. Drink water, come in, keep your water with you, stay hydrated, and I'll teach you breath control. And then that way you'll learn that it's not hunger pain. Right when you get done, you won't throw up, but you'll have a bowel movement. When you had a bowel movement, the exercise we just did helped perform the exorcism. The waste is coming out of you now. The waste has to be contained or trapped in something. It usually was buried in the sand or the soil, and now it's dropped off in the water, carried away. They send it through another filtration system, and we end up drinking the same water we shitting in. And somehow, what do people think the water coming from? Everybody thinks something stupid, man. I'm trying to tell you, these niggas running around here thinking all the water comes out your faucet is fresh. You are taking a shower in the same water you pissing in. And people act like there's not a filtration system. There's a filtration system throughout life, period, nature. We designed it because we are it. Everything that we are comes through in our and out of our creations, comes out of us in our imagination. It's the patterns I notice, big bruh. The patterns are consistent throughout nature. They're everywhere you turn your head. Everywhere. Consistency. Continuation. Infinity. So existence is infinite, and we don't have to worry about passing. We don't have to worry about the loved ones that already passed because they're probably reborn already. And already forgot about you. Unless they're born into your own bloodline, that's possible too. A lot of us give birth to our relatives and we have them, and then we end up raising our grandmother. She raised you. What's wrong with us returning the same privilege? What's wrong with us taking care of our loved ones when they get too old to walk, knowing they took care of us when we were babies and we were too young to walk? Same thing. Once an adult, twice a child. So everybody gets a chance to be the Most High God. It's right there in your family sequences, the family journey. You see the hierarchy. Everybody gets a chance to be the old man, the old woman. They're the grandparent, which is the great. They're the largest amongst you. They're the Most High God in the tribe. Great-great-granddaddy, if he's still alive. And if any of y'all still got y'all's great-great-grandfather, great-great-grandmother, any great-great, or just great, you're privileged. You're highly favored by the ethers. That's what I say. Because you're getting a chance to see the past and the future. They were once the future in the past to somebody else's past that ended up being them. It's ongoing. It's ongoing. One of the biggest things I agree with old Shady was when he said, have some babies, damn it. I agree with that. Although I disagreed that I needed to have more myself. I was like, I ain't having no more. My wife got to agree with that. And my wife was looking at me like, the two I had was, I'm satisfied. And she looked at me, I said, well, baby, if you're satisfied, I'm satisfied. Yeah.
Really?
So I know this though. One of my boys gonna have about 5 kids.
There you go.
That's how it works. Nature's gonna make sure. That's how we're favored. Somebody be like, man, your grandma had 13 kids. Man, woo, couldn't be me. What? Shut your shameful, selfish ass up. That woman is a goddess. She let 13 beings through the gate.
Right?
Come on, man. She deserves a goddamn monument. Right? Any woman that had 13, you know what I mean? Give grandma a statue and quit playing around, man. It's some artists in the family that can make sure that we make sure our loved ones, instead of putting them in caskets and burying them in the ground, we can, have the family artists get together, man, go get some wood, man, make a statue of grandma and granddad, man. We used to do it in ancient times with the, sandstone and stuff, man. We made our own stones and concrete stuff. See, we built statues so we couldn't forget ourselves, our magnificence. That's why we made them so large, because it was great. See, that large monument and statue represented somebody's great, 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 great grandfather. And the size of the statue only could live up to the greatness of the great, great, greats in the level of lineage he left behind or sprung forth. Because see, your offspring is to spring forth, not to be left behind. Nobody's child is being left behind when you pass. When you pass, you have already sprung forth when you had children. That's why I keep telling y'all you live through your children too, but in a different way. It's an equation of yours. Some of our children ends up going in the same direction of our purest desires. My father, to the average nigga in the streets, would have called him a square because he didn't get in no trouble. But he was an athlete. See, he had good connection with the spirit. He just was honed in the church. My great grandmother had grace on my father. His name was Michael. My grandmother's name was Gracie. Gracie Lee. So she made sure my dad was in the church because there was discipline in it. And he was the oldest son of my grandmother, Big Mama, Minnie. Peace be upon her. She took care of the family all on her own, damn near. High roller, too. Hustler. Always making money. Knew how to keep it coming in. The only thing about her that most don't know is she was into astronomy. She studied the stars heavy, and she was a mathematician damn near because she could calculate when she was going to hit when she went to the casino. I used to be like, damn, Big Mama knew she was going to hit. She was on that horoscope every day. Horoscope, the vision of horrors, the vision of the horizon, the vision of the sun on the rise. Supervision. Horoscope is supervision. If you want to be guided by the stars, that's the only thing you should be guided by. The atoms, the elements, the quantum. They speak through astrology. The study of the stars, man. We navigated and studied the stars way back then, which made us the magi. Patterns is out there. We were able to see the patterns over and over and over and chart and map those patterns. After we became aware of that, our intelligence grew exponentially. Exponentially. I think that's the word. I could be casting the wrong spell on that one. Either way it goes, I didn't create it. Any more questions out there, big bro? Because I know Cass is getting sleepy now.
Yeah, I'm starting to get we about to get ready to shut it down because we already went over. We got 5 hours in on this one. That's a lot.
Yeah, that last one was
man. But this right here tape is a needed tape, and this tape needs to go out and be shared on everybody needs to share it, man, on every single place, because you pretty much blew, like, it's like you talked about like that Mama Bear tape. It's like you blew it up. You went and just went into great detail and the same type of spiritual energy that Mama Bear is on, and you kind of like broke it down, like the spirit, the wind energy guided you to break down to how we thought as natives before we was indoctrinated with all of these other influences.
Right.
Like these influences. We thought like just like you think, just like you teaching on the level of wind talk, we thought like that. We thought like that, man. And we did good. We was in peace when we thought like that. But now, you know, it's crazy, man. We're gonna come back on this again, man, because you dropped the banger, man. This is a banger. This is a straight banger right here, bro. This 5 hours worth of
I hope they understand. You know, I'm a Hyoka. In the Native American tradition, I would be a high priest in the Native American tradition.
Hey, you are a high priest. You are a high priest. You a chief on the land, brother. You a chief on the land.
See, hey, you are too, brother.
The chiefs back on the land. Rod, all the chiefs back on the land right now, and that's why this is happening. Like this, even the time we did the last tape, and doing this tape right now. You were supposed to do this class today and talk about what you talked about because it lined up with everything that's happening right now. It lines up with what the energy that the planet is trying to get us to see, that the wind is the spirit. It is us. We are the planet. We are one. We are all this. We this people of this planet. We got to go back and get off of this God shit and this somebody gonna help us and we got to have this dude as a ruler over us. None of that shit. That's all crap, man. We ain't have none of that type of ideology. So the shit that you spit tonight, I hope they don't let it go over their head about this how this is our native of how this is our ideology, how we thought prior to them coming to influence and say, and Mother Bear told you that we participated in a religion just so they wouldn't kill us.
Right.
You know,
they did kill us when we didn't. So we learned we had to participate or die. It's get down or lay down, man.
Yeah, she said pray or die. That was the thing. Pray or die.
Yeah. Think about. I gotta say this. They burnt us alive.
Yeah.
This is what you do to witches. They thought all of us were witches. You know what brought that fear?
What?
King James. He had a fear of witches.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
He thought witches were trying to kill him before he could ascend to the throne as king. It was said to him that witches had put out a spell, which was a weather spell, of course, because when he was on his ship or his boat and he was sailing, they almost died at sea. So he thought the spell was real. When he came to shore, man, this dude went on a campaign against witches. Damn. He brought a lot of murder, man. The person that's responsible for putting together the Bible was a very flawed man. Very flawed. He wasn't perfect by no means. He did so that he could establish a literature for the people in his kingdom, which is why it's called the King James Version, because it's for the King James people under his kingdom. He needed them to understand what his rule was about. Came from a European perspective, of course, but that's what it was about. And I mean, it's a lot more details to it. I'm gonna recommend this, and then I'm gonna go ahead, and let you sign off with the people.
That's it.
Go to YouTube. For those that can hear my voice, when you can, tomorrow, anytime you get ready. Even you, big brother, when you got a chance.
Yeah.
Subscribe to a channel called Absolute History. Absolute History. When you subscribe to that channel, they got a whole documentary on there of some of the darkest time periods of Europeans. So they're telling everything.
Absolute History. It seemed like I saw something on it today. Saw a clip on it today, like a clip that was advertising from this dude. He was showing in Oklahoma. I know that's the one I watched. He was showing in Oklahoma how black businessmen were having meetings, and they looked like they were like millionaires. And they were coming out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. I think that's the one I watched. That page I watched it on Absolute History.
Yeah. That's the the slaughter of they call it 1921.
Yeah, it was 1921 when they showed it. 1921. These dudes had $2,000, like back then, like what would be like now tailor-made suits. They was like that. They were dressed like Rockefellers. These and I wonder when he showed that video, I wonder, is this them dirty Moors that Rod was talking about? I was meant to ask him like to download that video and then ask Rod about it. Like, was this the dirty? Because these guys had money. These guys would have.
But they had. Think about it. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah.
They didn't really have to have the money as much as they did produce the quality of material you seen them living in and wearing. They built that and they made that. So you see, Black people, we know how to look good when we making our own clothes.
Yeah.
We had tailors, we had tailor businesses, we had our own hospitals, which means we had our own physicians, our own doctors.
Yeah.
You know, they didn't like, man, I'm telling you, bro, like, man, that documentary always makes me cry, man. I can't watch it without crying, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to watch that. I'm about to watch that one you talking about, man.
Bro, when you learn this shit about this white people, though, these Caucasians, you're going to understand they've been through a lot with each other, let alone put us through a lot. They weren't just cold-blooded to us. They's cold-blooded to their own way before we ran into them a second time. Because remember what I told you, how they came about.
Yeah.
They're the bastard offspring of ours.
Yeah.
Doing early migration, we left them and kept moving. Just like a turkey leaves his kids, leaves his eggs in that mound, or that pound of leaves, we left. Because the living conditions were too extreme. Not everybody made it out the caves. So, and you know, that is what it is, man. Until next time, you know, I ain't gonna keep bothering everybody with nature, man. It is what it is. We need to be back sound with it.
This right here class was right on time. You know what I'm saying? It's wind talk, Native American wind talk, baby. This how we moved.
Yeah.
The wind. And I think you did a pretty good analogy on how wind is, how we looked at the wind. You gave pretty much a whole breakdown on how we as natives before the influence.
Right.
I can't even go. Like my uncle, man, he said, "Hey, when you come back to church?" When he said it, man, it's just like I looked at him like, man, if you only knew, bro, what the hell I know. I don't want to hurt your feelings, though. I'm gonna just smile and just say, you know, I'm gonna pat you on the back and say it's okay, and I'm gonna walk on out, man. You know, because I ain't got no sweat. I ain't have to make nobody feel bad or nothing like that. I just don't. I can't go and then sit there and be with it and know what I know now. You know what I'm saying?
Said, when you coming back to church to me? I said, when I lose the use of both my legs again. Y'all can wheel me in there to get prayed on. Because I know the vultures hover over you when you can't walk. Vultures be right up here looking at you while you crawling in the desert. And they going, yeah, he gonna die soon. And when he died, and then think about this, right? I gotta say this. This is funny, family. You out there in the middle of the desert. This is how I would feel if I was going back to church. I'm out there in the middle of the desert. My legs is broke, both of them. Both my arms is broke. I can't crawl, and I'm breathing, and I'm just out there talking to the buzzards because now they done got bold enough to not fly above me. They're standing over top of me now, just waiting on me to stop breathing. And one of them, they get antsy, and they go, "Man, I'm tired of waiting, man. He ain't dead yet." They start.
He died fast enough.
It's just come on in and start biting. So many people died like that, bro. So you would be looking at the vultures as what? The Grim Reapers, the Death Angels. They the last thing you see before you die. They the ones sending you off. Like, yeah, we can eat you. Don't you worry about it. We're gonna see to it. You get to the other side. Go ahead, big bro. I'm done, man. I'm done. It was been fun. It's been a pleasure, man.
Right, man. This right here was a good one. Like I say, it's always perfect and it's right on time. Wind talk with Chief Shining Brave, and we on the
whisper round.
And we back on the land, baby. We back on the land. I told y'all, we never left the land though. We just showing y'all, hey, the Chiefs back on the land teaching our original teachers, man. And we doing it by nature. We doing it by nature. Like this is by nature, man. I'm telling you. So hey, peace, Islam, Ashug, Hotep. If you want to show 15 some love, like we said, we dropped the cash app in the link.
And I appreciate everybody that did too. I just want everybody to know that. Thank you for the love tonight. Appreciate y'all, man.
We appreciate the love. And if I it'll probably take 20 minutes for the video to reload for me to get the 15 page on there. But if you ain't subscribed to the 15 page, we're gonna have it in the comments and we're gonna have it in the descriptions. So you want to go subscribe to his page too, the Son of the Sun. We're gonna have that in the links. So you can get over there and get that going. So we're gonna be back, man. Don't worry, we're gonna get 15 back for you. We're gonna be back. This right here is the beginning because we're gonna clear a lot of shit up to where we ain't gonna have to do this. I'll keep on telling you this, man. We're gonna drop that shit and then we're gonna be gone on some island somewhere chilling. And I don't know, you know what I'm saying, ducked off. That's so right. We putting it out right now, man. So peace, Islam, Ashug, Hotel, whatever floats your boat, whatever.
Right.
Like peace. Then hair grease, goddamn it, how you
whatever floats your boat is perfect. That's a perfect end right there. Whatever floats your boat. Because your boat can't float without the wind.
Without that wind, right?
So love y'all, man.
Love y'all. Hey, we're gonna bring 15 back on for you. Hey, we out, man. We'll see y'all later. Wadu.